Okay, I think we're going to get started this morning. We will begin with an invocation from Pastor Rodney Newman of New Hope United Methodist Church. That will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Michaela Visia of Girl Scouts Troop 269. Please stand.
Of gratitude for the members of the Oklahoma City community who commit to making every day better than the one before. Our community is stronger because of those who work to make us safer, those who continue, despite frustrations and setbacks, to provide quality health care to all, our teachers and family members and mentors, those who in 1,000 ways, large and small, keep investing in the hearts and minds of our people. On this day, we give particular thanks for our community leaders. Guide their deliberations and decisions as they seek to navigate the best course among a myriad of options. Give them clarity of vision and unity of purpose as they consider the many desires and expectations, dreams and disappointments of those they serve. May their ears be attuned to the many voices clamoring for their attention, and may they be just as attentive to the unspoken voices, those silenced because of not knowing how to speak up, and those who feel like the effort just isn't worth it. We know our city leaders carry the weight of many important decisions and tasks. When the burden gets too heavy, prop them up on the leaning side and give them courage for this day and those to come. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Newman, and thank you, Michaela. All right. We now call this meeting of the City Council to order, and we have several ceremonial items in Office of the Mayor, so I'm going to make my way down to the front. All right, why don't we start? Can always use this in a pinch. All right, Richard, you're up. Come on up. No, you can't put it off. Don't even try. All right. There we go. This is on now. Okay, Richard, pending approval of this resolution, you are our Employee of the Month, but we feel like we know you pretty well, but we would like to learn a little bit more about you, and so I would ask the clerk to read this resolution.
Whereas Richard Bradley has been a city employee for 40 years and is a system support specialist too in the Information Technology Department. And whereas Richard Bradley services computers and other equipment to ensure optimal operation of technology, including daily maintenance and systems updates. And whereas Richard Bradley replaced and set up over 400 computers during the pandemic. And whereas Richard Bradley is responsible for maintaining over 200 separate network print queues and equipment associated with printing. And whereas Richard Bradley is a positive influence on all who encounter him and goes the extra mile to solve complex problems for clients. And whereas Richard Bradley is hardworking, dependable, and takes time to listen to his clients. And whereas this council desires to recognize Richard Bradley for his dedication, professionalism, and commitment to the residents of the city of Oklahoma City. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and council of the city of Oklahoma City that they do hereby thank and commend Richard Bradley, September 2021, South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Employee of the Month.
Well, that's great. Why don't we adopt that real quick? Let's see if we can bring up a motion and a second on that. We've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. I wish to vote aye. Passes unanimously. Richard, you're the Employee of the Month. So in honor of Richard's accomplishment, all I ask is that while he is at City Hall this morning, nobody says to him, "Oh, Richard, while you're here, been having trouble here." No, you've been a part of a lot of lives the last however many years. 40 years? You said that already, but wow, that went right past me. 40 years, that's amazing. I'll tell you, I've only experienced the last 15 on and off, but it's what is said in here is absolutely true. You are a positive influence on all the people that you work with, and we're so very grateful. And when you walked into my office this morning, I realized you were going to be here for this. I was so excited. So congratulations, and I'm told you're a man of few words. Nevertheless, it is customary for you to say a few, and that can be all it is if you want, but I'm going to now hand the microphone to you.
Since thank you is only 2 words, I will say a little bit more. I want to thank everybody involved with this award, the nomination, the selection committee, the Kiwanis Club, the council, my supervisor, division head, director, and I just count it an honor and a joy to be able to serve the employees of the city of Oklahoma City. Thank you.
We're honored to work with you. Let's hear it for Richard one more time.
Mayor. I know a lot of times we don't get to make a lot of comments because we don't have a lot of interactions with a lot of our fellow employees that work for our city, but I do want to say that there was one whereas that wasn't mentioned, and that is that he is a poet. And I appreciate him for writing a special poem that sits in my office right now. So, and I know him more than just the work that he does. So we appreciate everything that you do every single day. So I wanted to make mention of that as well. Thank you.
Hey, Richard, we'll have you back at the next meeting, and you'll open us with a reading. All right, Dana. Where's Dana? Come on forward. So about 3 o'clock today, I'll be in the car pickup line at Quail Creek Elementary, and Dana's role there is to call in the numbers that she sees on the hang tag. So we're going to start and end the day together, but I am thrilled to see you here this morning, and my kids have gone through Quail Creek Elementary, so we have had the chance to see Dana at work. But this morning, we are going to learn a little bit more about her, and so I would ask the clerk to read this resolution about Dana Chambers, our Teacher of the Month.
Whereas Dana Chambers has been named Teacher of the Month for September 2021 by the Foundation of Oklahoma City Public Schools and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City. And whereas Dana has been a physical education teacher at Quail Creek Elementary for 2 years and has been with Oklahoma City Public Schools for 17 years. And whereas Dana was selected as Teacher of the Year for Newcastle Public Schools and Elementary Physical Education Teacher of the Year by the Oklahoma Association for Health, Physical Education, Recreation, and Dance, and numerous other awards and certifications. And whereas Dana has a passion for teaching and a commitment to the Oklahoma City Public Schools community, she has been instrumental in leading and planning wellness and fitness challenges and activities, and worked on a $1.5 million grant to receive the Carl M. White PEP grant, providing physical education, learning labs, and professional development for the Oklahoma City Public Schools. And in one community, Dana worked to develop and become director for a summer program for Oklahoma City Parks and Recreation. And whereas Dana believes one of her greatest accomplishments and best professional development in her teaching career is receiving National Board certification in 2004. Some of her favorite volunteer work has been during after-school and summer programs, and she has been involved in many athletic programs and activities within the Oklahoma City Public Schools. And whereas Dana says an important trait for an outstanding teacher is continuing to build knowledge and resources through professional development, which has allowed her to keep lessons fun and fresh for all her students. Dana has also been involved with several youth organizations, including Strong and Healthy Oklahoma, Fit Kids Coalition, and she served as chair of Action for Healthy Kids Oklahoma. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and council of the city of Oklahoma City that they do hereby recognize and commend Dana Chambers on her selection as September 2021 Teacher of the Month by the Foundation for Oklahoma City Public Schools and Rotary Club of Oklahoma City.
All right, why don't we go ahead and adopt this resolution? If we could get a motion and a second. Definitely feels like a game show host at this part of the. Got a motion and a second. I wish to vote aye. Yeah, you're very welcome. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Let's hear it. And I know this morning you're joined by Superintendent Sean McDaniel and Principal Stephanie Spears. We're so glad you guys made time for this morning. And we'd love to hear a few words from you.
I have to go to more than a few because you did now, right? I am honored and blessed to do what I do every year and every day. And some days are a little harder than others. We really love kindergarten this year. They really challenge us, and I laugh every day too, though, and every challenge. And I don't know how many of you get to come to a school, but I would love for any of you to come out and visit us and hang out for a day and really see what it's like. COVID, no COVID, but I am very blessed to get what I do, and I am so appreciative of the support here today and for you, Mayor, and you might get a pass to the front of the line today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for all you do for our kids and my kids. Let's hear it for Dana. All right, why don't we have our Senior Center Month folks up here from the Parks Department. All right, it is Senior Center Month, and we're going to learn a little bit more about that before we hear from Melinda. I'd ask the clerk to read this proclamation.
Whereas each year the National Council on Aging recognizes September as Senior Center Month, and whereas older Americans are significant members of our society who invest their wisdom and experience to enrich the lives of others, and whereas the City of Oklahoma City offers numerous facilities dedicated to the health and well-being of older residents, and whereas these facilities include the Woodson Park Senior Activity Center located at 3401 South May Avenue, the Will Rogers Park Senior Activity Center located at 3501 Pat Murphy Drive, the MAPS 3 Senior Wellness Center located at 11501 North Rockwell Avenue, and the Pete White Health and Wellness Center located at 4021 South Walker Avenue. And whereas 2 more MAPS 3 Senior Wellness Centers are under construction, and whereas through an array of activities, our senior centers mobilize the creativity, energy, and commitment of older residents, empowering them to improve their health and happiness. And whereas Oklahoma City Senior Centers also celebrate the knowledge, skills, and experiences of older people and enable their continued contributions to their fellow residents. And whereas Oklahoma City is proud to recognize the important role that senior centers play in our community and the many benefits they provide to our valued senior residents. Now, therefore, I, David Holt, Mayor of the City of Oklahoma City, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2021 as Senior Center Month in Oklahoma City.
Well said. We are so grateful for all that you guys do, and we would love to hear a few words if you'd like to share. Melinda, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. We couldn't be happier to also be welcoming another MAPS 4 Senior Center by the benevolence of our voters, and we could not be happier to help engage our seniors in as much activities and social gatherings as possible. If any of you walked into the room today, you probably noticed much artwork that's out in the lobby of City Hall at the moment. Please take the opportunity to look at that artwork. We have some incredibly talented seniors in our facilities at Woodson and Will Rogers who contribute every day to creating artwork that better their lives of their fellow seniors, but also just to further those activities those seniors really get engaged with every day. So we thank you for allowing us the opportunity to highlight our senior centers, and we hope that if at any time you have the opportunity to participate as we get older to that 50-year mark, you got a while yet, but then also look at encouraging any seniors in your lives to participate and have happy and healthy lives as well. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. Let's hear it for our Parks Department. And finally, we've got Hunger Action Month. And so I would ask our friends that are here for that to step forward from Regional Food Bank. All right. To learn a little bit more about Hunger Action Month, I would ask the clerk to read this proclamation.
Whereas hunger and poverty are issues of grave concern in the United States and the state of Oklahoma and Oklahoma City. And whereas 1 in 6 Oklahomans, including 1 in 4 children, live with hunger every day. And whereas Oklahoma City is committed to taking steps to raise awareness about the need to combat hunger in every part of our city. And whereas Oklahoma City will continue working with the Regional Food Bank of Oklahoma in educating people about the role and importance of food banks in addressing hunger and raising awareness of the need to devote more resources and attention to hunger issues. And whereas in Oklahoma County alone, more than 111,000 residents, including more than 40,000 children, have inconsistent access to nutritious food to lead healthy, active lives. And whereas the Regional Food Bank of Oklahoma distributed more than 55 million pounds of food in 2020 through its network of community-based partners across 53 counties in central and western Oklahoma. And whereas food banks across the country, including the Regional Food Bank of Oklahoma, will join with Feeding America to work during the month of September to bring awareness and attention to encourage involvement in policies and other efforts to end hunger. Now therefore, I, David Holt, Mayor of the City of Oklahoma City, do hereby proclaim the month of September as Hunger Action Month and September 17, 2021 as Hunger Action Day in Oklahoma City.
Well, we're so grateful for everything that the Regional Food Bank does. We were just together last week for the launch of A Better Way. You're everywhere where there is a need, so thank you for that. And we certainly want to support your efforts, and that's why I was pleased to declare Hunger Action Month and Hunger Action Day later this week. We would love to hear a few words from you if you'd like to speak. Okay?
Thank you. I'm Jeremy Humphers, the chair for the board of the Regional Food Bank of Oklahoma, and I've joined with our CEO, Stacy Dykstra, and Stacy really leads a team that works tirelessly to address this issue in our state. And as the proclamation was indicating, it's significant. We estimate almost 600,000 Oklahomans deal with hunger security issues. And when you think about that number, it's hard to imagine any community that isn't somehow exposed to this problem. And when you think about the work that we do to try and feed people today and then identify the root causes to eliminate hunger in the future, the work is significant. And much of what the food bank does is only done through partnerships. And so we're extraordinarily grateful and thankful for the city and its leadership, including all of you. One of the great things about the leadership of Oklahoma City is that you just don't care, you care about making a difference. And that means so much to so many Oklahomans. We envision an Oklahoma where no one goes hungry, and we hope bringing awareness to the issue like we've done today will help that. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Let's hear it for the Regional Food Bank. That's all right. All right, we handled items 3A and 3B already, and that leaves us with 3C and D. 3C is a resolution approving travel expenses for me to attend the U.S. Conference of Mayors Fall Leadership Meeting in Dayton, Ohio from September 30th through October 2nd. Fun fact, the last time you approved travel expenses for me, that meeting was canceled. I hope we have better luck on this one, and that would require 6 affirmative votes. What would the council wish to do? Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously and with the required 6 affirmative votes. Thank you. 3D is an appointment of Janet Seefeld to serve as a member of the Oklahoma City Park Commission. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, now we are at items from council. There are none this week, which brings us to item 5, city manager reports. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. We have several reports on today. We have 2 that we'll have presentations on. The first one is a presentation on our annual resident survey. We've been doing this since, I think it was 2005, is that right? And ETC Institute has conducted our survey, and Chris Tatham is here with ETC, and will present the survey, and we'll make sure that everyone has copies of the survey available to them.
Mayor, members of the council, it's great to be back. I was here just a few weeks ago with your transit survey results. So today I'm going to be presenting a survey most of you are very familiar with. We've been doing various versions of it since 2005, but the current version's pretty much been in place for about 10 years. So we've been able to track trends over time. If anyone in the community is watching today or here today is not familiar with the ETC Institute, we're actually based in Kansas City, but we do work globally these days. This map just shows a lot of the places that we've done surveys here in the United States. We've done more than 25 surveys here in the Oklahoma City area over the past 2 decades. And as part of that, we've surveyed, if you count up all the different surveys, more than 30,000 people. So it's a lot of information. Our processes that we use have been very similar. So what I'm going to share with you today is really the same methodology that we used for the transit survey and many of the other surveys that we've done for you in the past. Today, I'm just going to walk you through the high-level results. If you're not familiar with the purpose, I'm going to recap that. I'll go through the methodology briefly, and then, frankly, highlight some of the major findings from this year's survey. One of the things that you probably know is that the average person usually doesn't show up at most public meetings. And so without a tool like this, sometimes it's hard to get a sense for what the typical resident thinks about the quality of services or what's important. In fact, we did a survey 2 years ago, and we actually found out that about 7% of people report going to a public meeting. And then when you actually press in on that, we find out that it's really only 3% have gone in the past year. And when you ask them why they go, more than half go to see someone get an award or recognition. The other half go because they have a concern or they want to change the way you do business. And as a result, the average person who's going to soccer games or basketball games, raising their kids, just expects good quality services and usually doesn't take the time to let you know what they think. So having a tool like this helps balance the otherwise very important public input process with your public meetings and such. This survey has been used by this city particularly to help set priorities for investment to make sure that you're meeting the needs of the community. You've done a very, very good job of that over the years. The actual survey itself is administered to over 1,200 residents who are selected at random each year. The sample is designed to make sure that we get 150 responses from each of the council districts. So that way you can take a look for your individual wards, how people in your ward think about different issues. The maps are provided so you can kind of have a quick view. If you see that your ward's a different colors than others, then there might actually be something. If your ward is the same color as everybody else, you probably have similar results. We've also provided detailed breakdowns, and we also will be updating an online tool that we have to allow you to have access to the information. The overall results aren't perfect. They have an accuracy of about plus or minus 2.7% at the 95% level of confidence. And that just means if we did the same survey the same way 100 times, you'd probably get these same results within about 3% or less, 95 times out of 100. So it's a very good sample. And we also take a look and see how it stacks up to the geographic and demographic distribution of the community compared to the U.S. Census. And when we actually look at it with regard to race and gender and other factors, it's very comparable. This map is just to give you an idea of where the respondents live, not so you can go visit their homes, because we actually don't geocode it that accurately, but just to make sure that you're comfortable knowing that we do have good geographic representation throughout the city. So with that said, here's the major findings. I used to be a military person, so it was always give me the bottom line, Lieutenant Tatham, when I stood before my battalion commander. So I try to do that to the city councils that I present to. And really, your city does one of the best jobs of providing local government services of any city in the country. There's a lot that you can be very, very proud of. And the other thing that I think you should be really proud of is just how your residents view the city as a place to live and to work. In fact, overall perceptions of the place to live are 6% above the U.S. average, and to work are 10% above the U.S. average. And what you really should be proud of this year is the increases in customer service ratings. This year was a really tough year. People are expecting more now of local governments, and frankly, part of that's because what we're finding is everybody believes everybody has lots of money that the federal government gave them, so every street should be paved and every park should be fixed, and that's unfortunately a perception that raises expectations. So when we see improvements in customer service, it really shows that your employees have done a great job managing and responding to individual concerns. And the top priorities haven't changed a lot. Traffic flow, code enforcement, public transit are kind of the second tier priorities, but your number one priority is still street maintenance. And it's been that way for a long time, and I'll show you some of the reasons for that in just a little bit. As far as the first finding, that the residents have a very positive perception of the city, one of my favorite takeaways that I look at in any community is, what do residents think about the direction the local government is going? And what I'm particularly looking for is how many people think that you're not going in the right direction or give negative ratings, 1 or 2. Only 9%, or 1 out of 11 people here, actually gave you negative ratings. If you look there at the fourth bar down, of the people who gave positive ratings, over a fourth, or 28%, actually feeling really good about the direction the city's headed, which is 3 times the number of people who are against it. But if you throw in the other 47%, you have an 8 or 9 to 1 ratio of people feeling good to not good about the direction of the city. So you all as leaders are leading the city in the right direction. Your staff is investing in ways that people have a lot of confidence in the city, not to mention all the other high ratings you get as a place to live and work that I mentioned before. Another thing I want to highlight is just your overall satisfaction rating. You will hear people complain that the overall quality of services is not good, but they represent 1 out of every 20 residents. So every call that you get that someone says they don't like how well the city's doing, remember there's 20 people out there that actually feel differently, at least think it's okay. In fact, if you look at this chart, you'll see that almost 70% of folks give positive ratings, the 4s and 5s. Another 26 are pretty much okay. The neutral doesn't mean they're neutral or don't know. It just means it's a middle scale on a 5-point scale. Only 5% gave dissatisfied ratings. So people feel very good about the quality of services. And really, there aren't anything on here of major concern when we look at your results compared to other communities. One of the things you might like to see is how people across the city rate different services. And you can see when we look at it by ward, the overall rating for the quality of city services is about the same in every ward. And it's blue, which is good. When we look at some other services, for example, when we look at some of the specific services, like you'll see fire, trash, ambulance, police, those ones have very, very high levels of satisfaction. But you will notice at the bottom of the list, condition of city streets for a long time has stood out. You can see 7 out of 10 residents give negative ratings, and this is where you have the inverse, where only 18% are giving positive ratings. And so that's one of the reasons that consistently shows up. What surprises me is in most communities, if they had ratings that low for their infrastructure, they would not get good overall satisfaction ratings. But the city of Oklahoma City's customer service and the way you respond to the community is so good compared to other communities. I think you've built a lot of goodwill in spite of some of the challenges with the infrastructure. You also see that things like ease of traffic flow, that got worse again this year as it got better last year. Some of the things that we noticed during the pandemic is things like maintenance and traffic flow ratings all went up because everybody was staying at home. Now that they're back out driving around, they're more concerned about traffic flow and condition of street ratings have gone back down. But all in all, the ratings are very good. When it comes to your fire services, doesn't matter where you live in this city, people feel really good, even those who are further away, which is sometimes a challenge for large communities that have lots of geographic areas to serve. When it comes to your police services, you get high ratings throughout the city. When it comes to trash services, those are also very high throughout the city. Ambulance services is very high throughout the city. I feel like a broken record here, but then when you get to street maintenance, you can see it's a concern, not just in one ward, but all people, regardless of where they live, have concerns about the condition of their streets. So those are some of the high-level findings for the current data. One of the things I wanted to highlight as far as some of your trends, though, have to do with your customer service ratings. This was really impressive because you'll notice that it isn't just from last year to this year, but But if you actually go back for the last couple years, your customer service has just consistently improved and is stair-stepping forward. For example, how helpful city staff was when you called went up 5% this year over last year, but it's 10% better now than it was just 2 years ago. So from before pandemic till now, you've seen double-digit decreases in several areas of customer service. So I'm not sure exactly what you're doing, but what you are doing is being perceived very positively by the residents of the city. So great job in meeting those expectations. There weren't a lot of changes in the results of the survey this year. Most of them were less than 5%, which is what we expect. Overall, if you look at this year compared to last year, results are generally down this year. For whatever reason, people gave some grace to their local governments after the pandemic, and they tended to lower expectations. Since those expectations have risen, ratings are generally a little bit lower. But in spite of that, we've seen your customer service ratings go up. In addition, you can see that the accuracy of information provided by the city and even perceptions of this city as a place to retire all improved. As far as the decreases that were large, you can see the cleanup of junk and debris on private property is down 6%. Effectiveness or enforcement of mowing and cutting of weeds and grass. The biggest decrease was the bulky item pickup and removal service. We saw a 15% decrease there. But all in all, not a lot of major changes when you look at this year compared to last year. As far as some of the good news, and sometimes you've heard this, it hasn't changed. You all are leading many of the communities across the country, but sometimes it's good to hear it again in the midst of how you're making decisions and priorities. When it comes to the overall quality of services by the city, you're setting the standard at 69%. So what this chart shows you is how the city of Oklahoma City compares to the United States average, and also for communities with more than 250,000 residents. And you can see compared to the U.S. average, you're 10% above the U.S. average. When it comes to how you're planning growth, you're actually nearly 20% above other large communities. So you're doing some really good things in those regards. You can see you're trailing a little bit on the feeling of safety. Appearance and image are about on par with others. When it comes to perceptions of raising children, as this city is a place to work, a place to live, and even as a place to retire, you can see you're setting the standard in all of those areas, particularly as a place to work, where you're 22% above the U.S. average. When it comes to some of your specific individual services, you can see fire, trash, ambulance service, police, water utilities, and even your customer service there now you can see is 16% above the U.S. average. You're doing a great job in all of those areas, but you'll notice, you might say, well, do all cities just rate low in street maintenance? And the answer to that is pretty much yes, because you'll see the average for large cities is just 32%. But you'll notice that where you're at compared to that. So there's some opportunities to do better in that regard. In addition, even though your bulky item pickup rating dropped, you still actually are significantly above the national average in there, and you're setting the standard with trash and curbside recycling services. So in all, you continue to do extremely well compared to other communities and cities, so congratulations in that regard. One of the reasons for doing this survey, though, is to figure out, well, what should you continue to emphasize if you really want to continue meeting the needs of residents moving forward. And you can see, not a surprise, more people picked streets as their top priority than the top three of anything else combined. Traffic flow is not an uncommon priority in most large cities. Then you can see police, parks, codes, public transit, and communication kind of round out the top items. What's interesting is we're now using some machine learning and some other techniques to take a look at the big data we now have from millions of people who have done these surveys. And what we're finding is that in the stated priorities, customer service tends to rate lower when people are saying, well, what should we really focus on? But we found that cities that perform well in customer service actually tend to do better. So the impact that people have on other people, whether it be online interactions or in-person interactions, really seem to make a difference. So we're emphasizing the customer service even more in our recommendations to our clients now than we ever have before. So summarizing, one of the things as far as we take into consideration is how important are things, but also how well you're doing. And with these analytics, we've been pretty successful over the years to identify really what items will make the biggest difference moving forward in overall attitudes toward a local government. You'll see your street issue is still there, so investments in streets, talking about plans to improve streets, communicating and investing are going to continue to have a big impact on people's perceptions of the city as far as their overall satisfaction. The next tier of items are traffic flow, code enforcement, and public transit. And you know, public transit is actually higher than things like parks and police and other things. And so that continues to be echoed in some of the other presentations that I've prepared for you in the past, even the one I gave you a few weeks ago. But compared to street maintenance, you can see street maintenance is still way up there. So it's relatively a high priority, but it's not quite at the same level as street maintenance as far as overall improvements as far as that are important to residents. So with that said, I know this is a lot of information quickly, and you all may have some questions, but this city is a great city. I think you all know that. You have handled the pandemic crisis extremely well from the perception of your residents. Your customer service ratings are really gone up double digits in almost every area that we've assessed, and you have a lot to be proud of given the fact that this has really been a difficult year for communities across the country. So, Mayor, I don't know if anyone has any questions, but I'd be happy to take them if there are.
Sure, I'm sure we do. I was just going to say, I mean, you hit on it, but that 75% right direction number is just unbelievable. I mean, and yet it is believable. It's been consistent through the years, and it shows up in election after election like MAPS 4. That trust we have with the people of Oklahoma City is just tremendous, and we don't take it for granted. But thank you for asking every year, because it's good to see where we stand. What are some questions we have? Mark?
Yeah, Chris, I've enjoyed this the last 6 years. This is your 6th presentation that I've been able to see. And when the year really goes well, it's really fun to look at. And one of my favorite things to do is take the 2020 results and compare them with the 2021. And I think there's a couple of things as far as overall satisfaction with the major categories of our city services jumped out at me when looking at last year in comparison to this year. Quality of police service improved, quality of city water utilities improved, fire service remained at 91%, city trash service remained at 81%, and ambulance service remained at 81%. I think what jumped out at me also was as being an excellent or good place to live, the number is up. As being a great place to work, the number is up. And so I guess the question I have since I saw you last, we've been through an ice storm, a winter storm, the pandemic continues. Are you surprised by these numbers and improving from last year?
I might be, honestly, if this was maybe the second survey I've done for you, but having done surveys for you and seeing how you responded to crises going back to 2008, how you dealt with the economic crises of the late 2008, 9, 10 period, the city tends to really do a good job of responding to resident needs. And I think you worked well together as a team, come up with good plans. And so it doesn't surprise me that in the midst of all the crises that you've had this year, you've done a good job responding, because it's all about expectations, and do you meet the expectations of your community? And the city tends to do a good job of doing that.
Thank you.
David?
Chris, one question. So how do we compare with other cities in terms of addressing the #1 negative issue? What I'm trying to ask is, do you see instances where cities, perhaps they too have low ratings with respect to the quality of streets, but do you see some cities doing better in terms of addressing their #1 negative aspect?
It's been difficult. I haven't seen a lot of large cities be able to really make a dent in the street maintenance, because once it gets so low, it takes so much to get it back to the level. So you're probably making improvements, but the expectations are so high. I think that's one of the challenges that you have, is people's expectations are here, and even when you spend a lot of money, you're only delivering down here. And as a result, even though you do what appears to be a lot, it's not at the level that people would want. And so that's going to be a challenge for you probably for many years.
And that's true for other cities.
Oh, it is, absolutely. It's very difficult, once you get the infrastructure for your streets to a point that people are very dissatisfied, it's hard to invest. I've seen some smaller communities, mid-sized communities, they've been able to take that on, but the ability to impact a 4 square mile area with just a small road network is much different than what you have to deal with.
Thank you.
I have a question pertaining to the respondents and the response. What was the procedure as far as reaching out to the residents? Was it through text? Was it through a letter? What was that? And what piqued my curiosity is the fact of in the beginning of the presentation, you did show the map of the respondents, and there were a lot more dense areas than others pertaining to who did respond. So I guess that's why my question is the way that it is for you.
Sure. Great question. These days, what we do is we do the random selection based on address. So anybody who has a residential address has an equal probability of getting selected. Once we select those addresses, we then send them, those that are selected, they are mailed a survey. We then, after they have had about a week to respond by mail, we will then call, text, and/or email them. These days, we can actually get email addresses for about 60% of households, text for about half the households, and phone numbers for the other. And so very few people answer their phone, but the text and emails been an effective way to drive people to the online survey. And when you look at the map, and you'll see some places have a lot more than others, the density or the geographic density of the responses is pretty similar to the density of the city's population. So when you look at where the city has more people, there tend to be more dots, and when there are fewer people, there are fewer dots. But that's the process these days that we use. So it's address-based versus years ago we would do things that were related to your phone number and your prefix. But since people don't answer phones, the goal is to get people to respond from a random sample that's address-based from whichever method they're comfortable responding.
Okay. And my second part to that question, and thank you for answering, is as we look at address-based, is there a difference between homeowners or renters, or
No,
it's
they're
just the
equal.
address?
Exactly. So if you live as long as it's a residential address.
Perfect.
That way. We do have a slightly better response from owners. It's just, one of those things, they tend to be a little more responsive. So we have to work harder to make sure we get renters to respond. And so that's one of the things that we do is we look at the response to the survey, and then what we do, what's called oversampling. So if groups are less responsive, so if we don't have enough Hispanics compared to the Hispanic percentage of the city's population, we'll then take extra efforts to make sure that we get more Hispanic. So when we're all done, the composition of the survey sample is similar to the composition of the city's actual population.
Yes. First a question, well, first a thank you. It's always good to see you at the transit meetings and here as well. Could you dig down a little bit deeper for us in terms of what residents mean when they say getting around town in traffic? I know that should seem self-evident, but what did you hear?
Yeah, we don't ask, for open-ended responses, so I really can't tell you exactly what people are thinking. But the idea of traffic flow and getting around places, that's a challenge for most large communities. Oklahoma City is probably a little different than perhaps someplace like San Francisco, because here you have a big area that people are trying to get to, and so you may not have as the traffic flow as it might seem to go better. You might be able to travel faster, and you don't end up in the congestion that perhaps you have in Austin. But because it's so large to get to the different places, I think that has some impact on your ratings. So that's one of the things that I would suspect, even though we haven't actually asked people those specific questions.
Okay, thank you for that. So I see 4 areas, as you pointed out, that we really need to take into consideration: the streets, the transit, the getting around town, the codes and ordinance stuff. So yesterday, inadvertently, I ended up doing my own little survey, I guess. I hung out with the president of OCCC's leadership class, and after I spoke for a bit, I asked the students, and about 20-something students, I was like, what are your concerns for your neighborhood, hopes for our city? It aligned a lot with what you're saying here. Also, Good News Council I wrote the list on the board and I rewrote it on my agenda here. It's almost everything we invested in MAPS. I mean, people were saying things like community gardens, which I know Councilwoman Nice was a big advocate for, on-ramps and off-ramps, especially on the south side of our city, homelessness, housing, transit. But they really zeroed in on the code enforcement part of that. And I don't know what we can be doing to, I don't know, make that a smoother process for our residents. But for instance, one of the things I heard from the students was if they report a code violation, when do they get follow-up information on, okay, well, what happened next? Just a simple update on where we are in that process was something I heard. I also heard people saying stuff just about like the conditions itself of, you know, houses around them or fences and stuff like that. So I don't know how we can communicate that. They were very happy, these students, to learn about the Action Center. Only one student in there knew about it, but he knew about the app. So I don't know what we can do, because I also saw that education about the city government is something that was on this list too. I think that kind of ties together. Like, how do we better educate our folk on the services that we have, especially when it comes to this code enforcement approach? I'm looking at our city manager right now.
It's an area of challenge for certain, and there's some frustration sometimes of like maintenance of houses and things like that. And we've got some things that we can do there and try to help people with that. If someone's living in a house, then we're limited on some of the actions that we can take. If it's an abandoned house, we have more actions that we can take that you see on the council every single week. So it's definitely something that's a growing, for us, it's something we want to continue to grow in and make sure that we're being proactive. But I also think what you were saying about trying to communicate back with people that have called in, that's something that's been a challenge for us and something we need to continue to work on to make sure we're getting good communication back.
Yeah, I think that would go a long ways, because right now what I tell residents after they submit something to the Action Center, if they would like a follow-up, just to reach back out to our Ward 2 office. But I think if we can find a way within the system itself.
We've got a fairly small action center, and they work very hard and very dedicated to what they're doing, but it's something that we're just constantly evaluating the way that we're communicating with our residents.
Thank you. And then just a couple more in terms of this communicating with residents. I just did a little homework here from Better Streets and from the 17 bond. I'm so proud of residents for approving the Better Street Safer City sales tax extension and MAPS 3's sales tax in 2017. I'm proud of them for that $967 million bond. When I dug down into about $168 million in streets from Better Streets, and then about $491 in streets and sidewalks from the bond. While I like that when I'm outside and I see resurfacing and I'll see the Better Streets material next to it, you know what I mean, saying this is a Better Streets project, I wonder what other opportunities exist with local media, et cetera, especially as we move into the MAPS 4 implementation conversation today. I think, again, I want to be very clear, while I'm very happy about the way we're already promoting this, especially the interactive map online, I think we need to figure out how to double down and communicate to our residents the, if I'm looking at the numbers right, nearly $600 million worth of investments in street resurfacing. And I think we also need to be better at communicating with them about the decades prior to us first approving a bond again, starting in the late 80s. We need to do two things at once, like explain to them why this problem is so long and deep, and this historic investment we started making about 4 years ago. And I don't think we should take for granted that people know any of this. Like, yes, there are engaged people, but you just described to us a very small percentage of people who even attend our city council meetings, right? So I think there needs to be more of an effort on our part, be imaginative here about communicating these investments we've already done, number one, why it's bad, number two, and start getting folk ready for number three. Time to start thinking about how do we move forward and investing even further, because I know we have probably about another $1 billion to $1.5 billion in just street resurfacing needs. So those are kind of my three things. It's like how we got here, the historic investments we're making in recent years to move forward, and then start preparing our folk for that 2027 bond, if not one sooner, quite frankly. So that's what I see here. Otherwise, I think if we miss that education opportunity, I worry about the increased frustration of our residents And I want to keep that faith in local government that we've built so well over the years. So those are kind of my early thoughts there. And I'll just leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Well, I just want to say thank you to Chris, the partnership and the work that they do in not only conducting the survey, but helping us understand that, providing tools where we can dig in and look at different pieces of this. They're just constantly working to see how they can improve. But I really think as we look at this, it helps us to see that there's a lot of good progress that's happening, but also that there's a lot of challenges we still face, and we want to stay focused on those so that we can help to serve our residents the best way that we can. But I want to recognize too, in those areas where we do see such positive ratings with customer service, with areas where we've had improvement, that it's a recognition of the leadership of the council, but it's our employees that are out there doing that work every single day that are really creating this. All of us can pull together and work together, and that's what it's required to move a city forward. But without our employees out there serving our residents with a great attitude and a great spirit and doing the best job they can, we don't get these kinds of ratings. So I want to acknowledge all of our employees and the work that they do. So thank you, Chris. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So next up is Kathy O'Connor, President of the Alliance for Economic Development for the city, and she is going to give us a presentation and update on the Core to Shore TIF.
Good morning. Several weeks ago, some of the city council had questions about development in the Core to Shore area, and you have to excuse me, I am losing my voice a little bit today from allergies and other things going on. I wanted to give you a little bit of background about the Core to Shore Tax Increment Financing District, how it was developed, and a little bit of the history around it. I think when we were working through either the development of Boulevard Place, the Convention Center Hotel, and the Convention Center, several of you had questions about the types of development that we see as a possibility in the Core to Shore area. And I think, maybe it goes back to a little bit about what Chris was talking about, is that we've spent a lot of time planning for what would happen in this area. And I wanted to go back through a little bit of that history and kind of where we are today. First of all, the Core to Shore Framework Plan was adopted by City Council in 2008. And we actually started working on it in about 2004. And it was the result of the relocation of I-240. So when we knew I-240 would be moving several blocks to the south, we would lose the elevated freeway, the Oklahoma City Boulevard would be constructed. We knew that several hundred acres would be added basically to downtown Oklahoma City. And we wanted to try to plan for what that would be and optimize on this opportunity that we knew we would only get once in a lifetime. So a little bit of the other actions that have taken place since then. In 2010, the City Council created an urban renewal area that encompasses the entire Core to Shore district. And in 2016, the Core to Shore Reinvestment Area Project Plan, which is the document that created the Tax Increment Financing District, was adopted in 2016. In 2018, we initiated the first of the increment areas in the Core to Shore district. It was called District A, and we have a map that we can show you, so that is now TIF 18. It's the area basically that encompasses Scissortail Park, where the Omni and Convention Center is, and then further north along Myriad Gardens. So this is the map of the Core to Shore Reinvestment Area. This TIF district was the first one where we adopted a practice that had been added to the state laws at about this time, where you could have multiple increment areas within one overall project plan. So subsequently, we've done that on other TIF districts like the Northeast Renaissance TIF, but this was the first one where we took that new policy change that was allowed by state statute and actually created 7 different increment areas that are a part of the Core to Shore TIF. So the only one that's in place right now is the one that's the kind of salmon color that's called South CBD Central Park District A. None of the others have been the increment or the 25-year clock that's allowed under TIF. None of those others have been started yet. According to state law, we have up to 10 years from the day the TIF plan was approved by City Council to start those increment areas. So we're we're 5 or 6 years into this now, so that 10-year time horizon is coming up on us pretty quickly. Some of the TIF objectives that are in this project plan were to create significant amounts of office, housing, retail, and hotel space, to create a cohesive urban district that attracted weekend users and visitors, to leverage the opportunities that would be created by the development of the new convention center and the new convention center hotel, to transition the Cox Convention Center into some different functional use after the completion of the new convention center. As you could see from the map, it's in its own increment area, in fact. Develop attractive and impactful private development along the new Oklahoma City Boulevard, and upgrade aging and undercapacity water, sewer, and stormwater infrastructure. The other portion of this TIF district that was really another first for us is that we adopted a TIF policy at the same time that the City Council enacted the TIF ordinance. And that policy helped us to help guide project eligibility, how funds would be allocated, exceptions to the policy, density and design standards, and historic preservation standards. It allowed for funds to be allocated. The preferred method is as an annual payment back to the developer over a 10-year period. That can be extended if they meet some other public objective like affordable housing or workforce housing or maybe even historic preservation. And it does allow for exceptions to the policy if the council has a priority project that they would like to enact. One of maybe the biggest feature of this TIF policy are the design and density standards. So we had never really done this in this way before. And I think Ian Colgan is here this morning. He was instrumental in helping us think this through and developing this way of looking at things to guide development in this area. Just to step back a little bit, this is the overall budget for the Coeur d'Alene TIF. It is $395 million. These are the budget categories that are associated with it. You can see there's quite a bit of funding allocated to the other taxing jurisdictions that are a part of this TIF. We have not reached a point in the capacity, the funding capacity of this TIF yet to make any allocations to these other taxing jurisdictions, but the majority of it is what we call assistance in development finance, which is where we provide a developer assistance to make the project happen, and then public improvements, which would be infrastructure. And this is the way it breaks down between the different increment areas. The largest of those is TIF A, and it was envisioned that it would include the Convention Center Hotel. So that is one reason why that TIF number is so high. Just to go on, so this is the map of the different densities and building type typologies that are envisioned for the Coeur d'Alene TIF. And we put a lot of thought and worked very extensively with the planning department to develop this typology so that we made sure that because of the public investments that were going to be made in this area, we could drive density, and density is what drives amenities like retail, services, and other things to the area. So we're going to walk through just a few of these really quickly. So the Central Business District is the first area. This is immediately adjacent to the Marriott Gardens. Primary uses were seen as office or hotel. Secondary uses could be housing or hotel. Sorry.
Whoever that is can get that under control. Okay.
All of these areas have substantial ground floor commercial retail component. So the idea is that the ground floor has to have some kind of retail or active use on that ground floor. It can't just be like a parking garage. And mixed use projects that mix office and housing or office and hotel were encouraged. The minimum height requirement in this area is 20 stories. High density 1 is, again, just a little bit beyond the Myriad Gardens, getting closer to the Oklahoma City Boulevard, adjacent and parts of the Cox Convention Center site. Again, mixed-use development, large scale is the target for this, and a minimum height is 10 stories. This is the area right along the Oklahoma City Boulevard, and on the west side of the corridor of Scissortail Park. Again, there's no primary, secondary, or primary or secondary land uses that are identified, but we see this area as mostly a mixed-use area with housing, office, and retail uses. The ground floor, again, is highly recommended for commercial uses like retail, especially adjacent to the park. And the minimum height requirement is 7 stories. Medium density 1, now we're moving a little bit further out from the central area of the development, which centers around the Scissortail Park. Again, mixed-use development is encouraged. The density goes down quite a bit, where you wouldn't have to have 7 stories. You could do 2 to 4 or 5 to 8, excuse me. And again, ground floor commercial spaces to be provided as the market demands. So not as much emphasis on retail in these areas. It could be walk-ups or, duplexes, fourplexes, apartment buildings that don't have to have quite as much retail. This is another typology that takes into account most of the producer's co-op site and the area to the south of it. Again, height target about 3 to 5 stories. Ground floor commercial in accordance to market demand. So again, less and less density as we move further and further out. And then again, as we get further west, these projects are targeted for 2 to 4 stories. I would like to say that all of these density and height targets are related to the provision of tax increment financing dollars. If a project wants to build something and not ask for TIF assistance, they wouldn't necessarily have to meet these height standards. They would then be subject to the Downtown Design Review Code and guidelines and the Downtown Development Framework that are adopted by the Planning Department and used by the Downtown Design Review Committee. So these guidelines really are to drive density through the provision of tax increment financing dollars. This is just a little bit about that downtown development framework. Retail, dining, and entertainment help expand the tax base for Oklahoma City. So there's this emphasis on retail, dining, and entertainment uses on those first floors. Development is encouraged on streets identified as high priority retail areas. High density housing and office uses are encouraged to locate within walking distance of priority areas in order to create a sustainable local market for businesses and amenities for urban districts. And this is the street detail from the downtown development framework. The red streets are identified as primary streets where we see retail and those other ground floor uses as being especially important. And that is the end of my presentation. I hope that helps you better understand what we've been working with in the Coeur d'Alene area and what we hope to see happen in the future as development continues.
Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
Can I ask you a question real quick, Kathy? Just to understand, 2016, we adopted the Coeur d'Alene TIF district. And so can you give us kind of a historical perspective? I can remember when I was young driving to downtown Oklahoma City from the south side, and a lot of dilapidated, vacant buildings, no development. And so was there a plan before this TIF? Was it a string of pearls? Was it something different? And have we been able to set great new goals with the TIF that we've implemented that will help us do something with this land?
Well, the Coeur d'Alene Framework Plan was the result of the relocation of I-40. And so it was really the first time that we really began to look at this area south of downtown that had been predominantly industrial in the past. Where Scissortail Park was, there was a large central post office. The city began allocating funding and Urban Renewal began using some of its resources to acquire property in the area. Obviously, there's been some real estate speculation in the area. Lots of private investors are buying property and hoping to develop it into something more dense in the future. I don't know that the city really had a definite plan for the area before this. I think it was just seen as this industrial area that would stay as it was, as long as that elevated highway was there, creating this barrier between what we all saw as downtown and then this area between downtown and the river. I think the other thing that maybe we didn't emphasize quite enough in this presentation was the amenity that we see in the Oklahoma City River, or in the Oklahoma River, and how we can drive development towards the river and use it more and more as an amenity. And I think we are beginning to see that. The String of Pearls plan goes back a long, long time to when I was in the Parks Department 40 years ago. So, that plan predated and was really focused on that river development and not so much the area between the river and downtown.
So we're 5 years into the TIF district. Designation, the next 5 years, what's the plan? Where are we at with that, and what are deadlines that we've set as far as the timeline is concerned?
Well, I think right now, my office, we're working pretty proactively to try to get development going on the west side of Scissortail Park. To me, that's the highest priority right now. Obviously, the Omni is successful. Boulevard Place will begin construction next year. So those two, that east side is kind of taking care of itself, mostly through the city's investment. So the west side is the really big emphasis for us right now. There are some pretty serious infrastructure issues in the area, so we're evaluating that and trying to figure out how development can move forward and address those infrastructure issues. And this TIF was designed to help pay for some of that infrastructure problem. Sure. So I think we have some options on how to take care of that. I think then the next priority for us would be the lower park, and as it gets completed in the next year, trying to figure out how to make development happen adjacent to the lower part of Scissortail Park.
Good. Thank you.
Yep.
I'd be curious to know, and I think, when I look at that area around the lower park and across Walker at, near Wheeler Park, a lot of the people who have lived there for the last 40 years and been, I think in many ways forgotten by a lot of folks in the city. There are a lot of low to moderate income families, a lot of older families now, older folks rather, I should say, living alone or having family move in with them, et cetera. And I'm curious about opportunities, and you mentioned the real estate speculation, and it is not hard to miss. You go walk around in those neighborhoods and every other empty lot has a large real estate company sign in the yard, well, in the lot, because there's nothing there. And I'm curious about opportunities to maybe really target some of the investment into preserving affordability in that area, because I only just see that speculation getting, more and more aggressive as the park opens and there's more activity in the area. And so I'm curious about even if there's opportunities to partner with or couple with MAPS funding and TIF funding to target some investment to keep some kind of affordability, or if there's other organizations that are doing some of this work, I think about more the home ownership or kind of organizations like Positively Paseo that do some of that work to, if there's any opportunities to partner, if we can be working, I should say, on opportunities to partner with those sorts of programs and to really make sure that we preserve a mixed income area as that speculation ramps up.
Yeah, and that was one of the big priorities of creating this TIF and creating the TIF policy, was finding ways to use the TIF revenues as a way to provide for affordable housing, workforce housing, and affordability. The ways that you do that differ pretty substantially between rental and home ownership. So, but just like the issues we have throughout Oklahoma City, it's something that we're always aware of and trying to figure out. We don't have as many active community housing development organizations in that area, as we do in other places like Positively Paseo. But we are talking with some about getting re-engaged and re-upping their CHODO so that they can start doing that kind of work again for the for sale, single-family, affordable housing piece. But yeah, always something that we're thinking about and trying to solve that puzzle, and it is a pretty complex puzzle sometimes.
The other thing that comes to mind is we had the housing affordability study presented to us a few weeks ago, and a big component in that is preserving currently existing affordable housing. And so thinking about a lot of the folks who live in that area and have lived in that area for a long time, are there opportunities to help? And because especially, looking at some of the typology requirements and density requirements, thinking about a lot of the structures that are there currently aren't necessarily going to meet those requirements. Are there opportunities to utilize TIF funding to help any interested owners that are already there preserve do those sorts of infrastructure improvements, even if they don't meet those typology requirements?
I think it's a little bit more challenging because this increment area doesn't have a lot of increment built up yet, so we don't have a lot of money to allocate upfront to pay for things. So it's more of a funding restraint, I would say, at this point than a will. We all have the will to do something, but finding the financial resources to make that happen is a little bit more challenging, but definitely something that we'll continue to look at and work with planning and try to figure out ways to address. Anything else?
Yeah,
Sure.
Thank you for the presentation. Did we receive that in an email also, the presentation? The counselors received that?
No, it was not in the packet.
Because I'd like to kind of, first, one of the things I really appreciated about your presentation is I could see the streets, and so I could actually better understand where things were. That's not always the case, and so that was I'm a very visual learner, so I'd like to spend a little bit more time looking at that. It'll help me.
We'll be glad to send it to all of you after this.
Appreciate you. And then just to echo the conversation you just had with Counselor Hammond and conversations you and I have had, recognizing those funding restrictions at present, sounds like over time, though, we could be, as we find ourselves, what's the word I'm looking for, with more increment financing from this, then we can do some of the work that Counselor Hammond is describing. I think it's imperative, both of us have read Color of Law, right? I think government, we have a role here because government's the one who built this I-40 in the first place and 235 in the first place, not necessarily our government, but the federal government. And I think it led to what Councilwoman Hammond is describing, where folk got left behind down here. And this is an opportunity for us to really right a historic wrong and see economic development in ways that you're describing. So I just don't want these folk to get left behind after the mistakes of, government subsidizing interstates. So that's kind of my thinking there. Yes, I had a question. I saw A through F, but you said there were 7?
There's 6, sorry. I just
that's fine.
miscounted.
Thank you. I thank you for that clarification. Appreciate you, Kathy.
Thanks, Kathy.
Thank you.
So much, Kathy.
So that's all the presentations that I have on city manager reports.
Okay, that brings us to item 6, Journal of Council Proceedings. We have items A and B we can take with one motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 7, request for uncontested continuances. We have one item being struck on the agenda. That's item 9AQ. What else do we have, Mr. City Manager?
We have several other items here, starting on page 9. 11B, it's SPUD 1312, and that'll be deferred to the 28th of September. On page, that's item 9B.
Okay.
And then on page 11,
11B.
I'm sorry, 11B. 11M1, page 11 is dilapidated structures. These are stricken from the agenda. Item B is, we're going to strike that because the owner has repaired the property. On item 11N1, unsecured structures, starting on page 12, item A, 6316 West Captain's Drive, the owner is removed. Item D, 2530 Southwestern Avenue, the owner is secured. Item G, 2914 Southwest 20th, the owner is secured. Item H, 3515 Northwest 27th Street, the owner is secured. Item I, 2213 Southwest 76th Street, the owner is secured, and all those items are stricken. On item 1101, abandoned buildings, this is on page 12, continued. All of these are stricken from the agenda. Item C, 2530 Southwestern Avenue, the owner is secured. Item E, 1012 Southeast 26th Street, the owner is repaired. Item F, 3515 Northwest 27th Street, the owner is secured. And item G, 2213 Southwest 76th Street, the owner is secured. And that is all the items I have.
All right. Thank you very much. Item 8, revocable permits and events. Item 8A is a limited revocable rowing and paddle practice use permit with the River Sport Foundation for use of part of the eastern basin of the Oklahoma River, weekdays only from October 1st of this year through September 30th of next year. No one has signed up to speak. Councilwoman Nice, you want to handle this?
Yes, I'll just move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 8B, activity and use agreement with the Oklahoma City National Memorial Foundation for the 2021 Memorial Marathon Run to Remember, October 2nd through 3rd, using public property and rights of way at various locations. We do have Jordan Ward has signed up to speak.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I'm Jordan, the Marathon Operations Director, and we are very excited to be hosting our in-person race this October 2nd and 3rd. It's been 2.5 years since we've been in person. Last year in 2020, due to the pandemic, we went virtual and had a lot of success, still had a lot of exposure, and we were grateful for that. But this year we postponed to October and have moved our event to be over 2 days. So we'll have the 5K and kids on Saturday and the full half and relay on Sunday. For the health and safety of our participants, we've capped our race to be at 12,000 participants over the 2 days, and have also we'll be requiring our runners to provide either a proof of vaccination or a negative test to participate, to just keep everyone safe in the event. But we're really, really excited to finally be finishing at the New Scissortail Park. That's where our finish line will be, and we'll be utilizing the brand new convention center as well as the Omni Hotel for our host hotel. I think the runners are excited, and we're just grateful to have the opportunity to be back. And then hopefully we'll be back in April in 2022 to keep our event around the reason why we run, which is for the 168 that were killed back in 1995. So I'm here to answer any questions or concerns you may have, and thank you for having me.
Thank you. Well, we're excited to have it back, and it's really remarkable when you think that it's been 2.5 years since we've welcomed the marathon to our streets. So. Okay, if there's no questions, this passes through multiple wards, 2, 6, and 7. You're all welcome to jump in with the motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks. All right. 8C, revocable right-of-way use permit with Red Coyote Running and Fitness Roadrunners Club of America sanctioned to hold the Red Coyote Runtoberfest 5K on October 17th. No one has signed up to speak. Councilwoman Hammond.
I will move for approval.
Oh, are you here for this? Okay, well, we've got a motion second, but let's hold the vote while we hear a little bit about the race.
All right, very good.
Huh?
So I'm John with Red Coyote Running and Fitness, just appearing on behalf. It's our 10th year for the race, our 6th year at this location, running through Nichols Hills. It's the penultimate event for our 5K training program. We are very excited to be having it again this year at the same location in cooperation with Fessler Hall and the Midtown Alliance. So we appreciate the opportunity.
All right, thank you. All right, Cast your votes as soon as you have that opportunity. Passes unanimously. All right, thank you very much. Have a great event. We'll now recess the council meeting, convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, where we have items A and B we can take with one motion.
Mayor, before we do, I'd like to hear a little bit of an update on this particular.
Okay. So
Thank
you're
you.
talking about item A, I presume.
Yes, please. Although if we'd like, we can hear more about claims and payroll as well.
Thank you, Councilman. I'm Eric Winger, Public Works Director. So item on the MFA agenda today is an amendment to the engineering contract for a project that we actually have already underway at Northwest Expressway and North May Avenue. This is a bridge project that was actually included in our 2017 bond issue. It was originally funded for a construction cost of about $1.3 million. And it was looking at different alternatives to the bridge, whether it be a bridge, potentially an intersection, or a roundabout is how the project began. We knew that the project was aggressive, and for the cost, we were able to submit that for ACOG funding and were granted an ACOG grant for this. And so an additional amount was added to the project, a significant amount of $6.1 million. So the total project now is $7.4 million for construction. It will be one that will be managed by the Oklahoma Department of Transportation, as ACOG projects are. But because of the increase in construction costs, we need to amend the engineering agreement to take on that additional work. And so this item today is the amendment to the engineering contract. What will be coming back to the council in the spring of 2022 is the preliminary report. It will identify the studies and the findings and the recommendation of the improvement to be placed, again, at Northwest Expressway and North May Avenue.
I think that's very exciting. And on this project, has there been any coordination? It just clicked in my head with Embark in terms of the upcoming BRT, as it's going to be on that Northwest Expressway route, and how this might interact with that?
So there is and there will be continued discussions to make sure that those two projects are coordinated. Obviously, with the significant increase in cost, there's going to be a lot more outreach, and because it'll be done by ODOT, there's a lot of federal requirements that will take place as well for outreach and some of the other services for environmental studies, easements, things like that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Winger. I appreciate you.
All right, do we want to go ahead then and take a motion on those items?
It's taking its time because it really wants us to talk about claims and payroll.
What are the prospects here? Do we need to try something else? There we go. Well, maybe. I guess we'll just, I guess we'll go. All right, there we go. Okay. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. If you get the chance. There we go. Passes unanimously. All right, we'll adjourn OCMFA and convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority. All we have here is claims and payroll, but we typically go ahead and vote anyways. So let's see if we can push through a motion on that. Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCPPA and reconvene as the council, where we are on page 2 of your printed agenda at item 9, the consent docket. There is, of course, one item was struck, AQ. We have a scheduled presentation on item BU, and that is it. Is there anything else that a council member wishes to pull out for a separate discussion, comment, or a separate vote?
Mayor, just a brief kind of update on BQ, please.
Okay.
And that is all I have with Ward 2. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Well, hearing none, we'll start there then. BQ.
Cool. Just looking for an update on this particular sidewalk project. I think that might be a public works conversation, maybe planning.
Thank you, Councilman.
Hey again.
The good news on item BQ is it's the actual final acceptance. So the project is complete, and we're just accepting that work today. That's on North McKinley Avenue.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Then BU, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, on BU, we have a presentation this morning on this project. Ian Colgan is here with the Oklahoma Housing Authority, and he is going to give us a presentation on this proposed project.
Good morning, everybody. Again, my name is Ian Colgan, Assistant Executive Director with the Oklahoma City Housing Authority. I'm here to give a short presentation on our Creston Park redevelopment, in which we have applied to the city for an amount of $1.25 million in GOLT affordable housing funds for the project. What we call the Creston Park redevelopment is the redevelopment of an area we currently call the Northeast Duplexes. And the Northeast Duplexes consist of 159 units of public housing located between 26th and 29th Street off of MLK. And this is an aerial of that location. These 159 units, consisting of 2 and 4 bedroom public housing units, were identified in the Oklahoma City Housing Authority's 2016 strategic plan as being ripe for redevelopment because we determined the cost to renovate and or operate these units as they exist now exceed the opportunity to completely redevelop the site and provide more opportunities both to our residents as well as future residents of Oklahoma City. So we have been engaging in planning for a few years to take those 159 units on about 15 acres and expand the project to another 15 acres to the east, which was formerly vacant state-owned land, into a 500-plus unit redevelopment. That would be done in several phases. 370 units of those would be family units with an additional 60 independent senior units, as well as an additional 150 units of assisted living and memory care, all affordable housing. About 150, 170 units, replacement units for the public housing would be integrated with other housing that is at higher income tiers, up to 80% AMI, to make this a mixed income development, and one of the largest such types of developments in the state. Looking over the entire development plan, over the 30 acres, we have a variety of different types of housing units, which I'll show you in a second. The concept here was to break up long streets into individual urban blocks to make it more walkable and attractive. We have included some mixed-use development on MLK that will consist of commercial investment, about 10,000 square feet. The project will holistically redevelop almost all the infrastructure along 26th, 27th, 28th, and 29th Streets, as well as adding sidewalks and other public amenities. We've also added a series of parks and linear parks throughout the project that will be open to the entire neighborhood as well as the city that create an amenity not only for the project, but also the surrounding community. At the center, it's called the Neighborhood Hub, which is both the community center as well as a resident services hub that will provide on-site services to residents of the property as well as the neighborhood at large. Next. Today we're talking about phase one. The entire scale of the project is too large to finance in one phase, so this must be done in 3 phases. And we are set to move forward with the first phase, which are the units you see located in the blue boundary. Phase 2 would consist of everything to the south that is not in there, and phase 3 is the vacant land on the upper right corner, which we're still planning. A little bit showing what is there now and what we hope to produce in the future. So these are photos of existing units. They are duplexes, very, very small, built in the 40s. in bad enough shape to where we think holistic redevelopment is by far a better solution for the site and the residents than renovating them. We also see some pictures to the right of the vacant property that we purchased in 28th Street, east of the existing site over to Creston Drive, which is a street that has no sewer, gutter, or anything. It kind of looks like a rural street, and so we hope to really upgrade that adjacent to our property as well. Here's some photos of some units, example buildings. We really want to create a neighborhood, not just a collection of multifamily buildings. So we have quads and duplexes that feel like single-family units. We have townhouses. We have multifamily for seniors, no higher than 3 stories. And we also have mixed-use development, as I described on MLK, that will be about 10,000 square feet of development. Next. So just to sum up, here's the overall financing plan. We applied for GOLT AHP because of the rising construction costs that I'm sure you all have heard of, at least colloquially, over the last year. These are the sources, uses and sources, where the GOLT AHP would come in the back end to help us cover some of those increased construction expenses. And with the approval of this, we will be able to move forward with the existing financing commitments we already have to start construction within 3 to 4 months. I welcome any questions you have.
So I take it the GOLT funds are there to buffer the rising cost in building materials, et cetera, that we've incurred in the last year. Is that correct?
Correct. Essentially, we had our financing plan in place. As the budget went up, some of it's gone down since, which is good, but the holistic rise over the past year forced us to look for additional funds to put into the project to make it work.
And then what's the timeline for completion on phase 1, please?
16 months of construction plus another 6 to 8 months of lease-up.
I have quite a few questions. I know as we look at the initial conversation of rezoning and everything that took place for this particular development, I know in those public conversations, their request was to not displace our residents and that this would be phased in to where they will be built, then residents could move. I'm understanding, and I understand you and I have even discussed this, so I want this to be on public record, what the process has been, where we are, and why we still have residents who are not satisfied with the process and feel like they have been pushed out of this area. And also, the fact that these residents are now saying they don't want to come back because of what has taken place in the process of them being moved out.
Can you specify what you want me to answer first?
You can take it wherever you want to.
So you're talking about the general process? So the nature of demolishing the units requires relocation of existing residents, okay? The goal
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but if I'm not mistaken, we were supposed to be using that free available land that you acquired to build residents in order to move those residents there, then demolish and start that phase. Whereas now we're understanding they are being moved and we're starting that phase. So I guess I'm just quite confused on, again, where we were in the beginning from the initial plan that was presented to the neighbors and the residents of this community to where now we are looking at how this process has now been presented and will move forward.
So phase 1, there's never been a plan where we could keep the units north of 28th Street and build the phase over to the east. That was possible for phase 2, which is to the south, which we're still looking at. But to build the phase to the east, pause, relocate, then demolish and rebuild would be an 8-month to 12-month delay that would cost $1 million in excess funds.
I think the conversation with that, though, is the fact that right now we just had an affordability housing study that was released we also have dissatisfaction of residents and those who live in these types of developments that are always put on the back end of being forced out in order for the development to come. And that's why we had careful conversations about how this process would work. So again, when we're looking at this process, we asked and continuously ask that the residents not be displaced.
Every communication we've had with residents has been about the need for there to be relocation. Every discussion we've had in public meetings has been centered around, we will take care of the relocation of the residents. We will not kick them out of the site. We will provide assistance, and that is exactly what we're doing, okay? So the process, what we've done so far is there are about 40 residents located in the first phase of relocation, which is everything 28th Street and north, okay? Half of those residents have been offered a tenant protection voucher, which means the Section 8 voucher where they can relocate to another property of their choice. And we are helping moving them by finding sites as well as paying their moving expenses and covering their security deposits. The other 50% are being offered other public housing units that are available. And to date, everyone who's chosen another public housing unit has gotten their first choice of where they would like to move. So we've had several meetings on site with residents. We are required to do that to get permission from HUD. And every discussion has been the phased relocation, what their rights are, what the opportunities will be to move, and the assistance we will provide, which is not only other housing opportunities, but also the moving and relocation expenses. We hired a full-time relocation coordinator who has met with every single person. The concerns you have mentioned, I have asked, and they have not come up through us. So if there are issues that are being identified, I'm not hearing about them. But we have held in-person meetings with every person, and we have worked with them to relocate to make sure that their needs are being satisfied, given that there is a need to demolish the units in order to conduct redevelopment.
Mr. Colgan, you and I both know, as we even look at the relationships and the conversations with residents, of course, if they're not going to talk to you, it's because of fear of retaliation of being displaced permanently. So it's not as if folks are still not having concerns. It's the process of even, again, how this has taken place, where the residents are, and now what is the result of what's happening and currently happening. So with that, I'll be continuing to have those conversations with the neighbors as I have already, and also with HUD in relation to this particular project.
Can you forward the concerns to me? Because I'm not aware of what they are.
We'll take care of those concerns. I appreciate you.
Any other questions?
Me?
I would actually like to defer this for a couple weeks. I have some more concerns that I'm really hesitant about what's happening.
But just to clarify, today is actually not the vote on the item. It's just introducing it. Would you be comfortable with that? And then when the vote comes up in 2 weeks, deferring it if it's not?
I want to defer it now, and I'll probably defer it in another 2 weeks, and another 2 weeks until I'm fully satisfied with what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing.
Okay. We'll bring up that motion then. Got a motion and a second.
No, I spoke on it, sir.
Well, if it gets deferred, then
Still can
that's
speak
the
on
end
it,
of
sir.
it.
That's what that.
Cast your votes.
About.
Mr. Washington, have a seat.
Okay, well, put me on. I don't want to speak, man. You get ready to throw me on out here.
Well, if we're not even considering the item, there's nothing to speak about. So have a seat. Thank you.
Man, you don't know
Cast
what
your
the hell
votes.
you talking about. You just up there. You know damn well I have a right to speak on every item that's on the floor, man. You know I have to defer it or not. I still have a right to comment on it.
How's it going? Oh, 8. Mark, have you voted? Passes 7-2. Introduction of item BU is deferred till September 28th. Okay, we're moving on. Mr. Washington, the item is gone, but you can come back on September 28th when it is set to be considered, and we'd be happy to hear from you. All right. There are no other items on the consent docket that anybody had raised for comment, so I believe we can proceed then with motions and votes for the items that are remaining. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, that brings us to item 11, items requiring separate votes. We've got item 11A. This is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval at 16912 Southwestern Avenue, going from AA to SPD 126. Oh, I'm sorry. It was so small, I skipped the concurrence docket. I'm sorry. Let's back up. Item 10, concurrence docket. One item, item A, concurrence with the Oklahoma City Economic Development Trust regarding the Griffin Communications allocation. We've talked about that at several meetings. I believe this is just the actual agreement. There's no presentation if we want to take a vote. Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right. Item 11A. Now we're here. Ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval 16912 Southwestern Avenue, going from AA to SPD 1268. This has been deferred April 13th, July 20th, August 3rd, and August 31st. Councilman Greenwell.
Thank you, Your Honor. We couldn't come up with any other reasons to continue to delay this, so I thought we'd go ahead and hear it. This does come from last spring. Are there any individuals signed up to speak on this matter?
We do not have anyone signed up, no.
Okay. Mr. Box represents the applicant. We've held several meetings, and at this point, my understanding, because I received an email yesterday, David, that the spokesperson is now in agreement with the original proposal. So I believe there are no protests at this time. It was approved unanimously by the Planning Commission. So I would recommend for approval.
All right. Let's do that virtually. Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, 11B was deferred. 11C is ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 424 Northwest 30th Street, going from C3 to SPUD 1316. This was deferred from August 3rd. Councilman Cooper?
Yes, I believe the applicant is here if they'd like to speak on this. If they didn't, all the same, welcome.
Good morning, Mark Zitzow with Johnson & Associates on behalf of the applicant. Good morning.
Hi. Good morning.
The spud before you this morning is actually an interesting piece of property. It's within the HP district. It has a zoning of commercial. We're rezoning to allow for a garage apartment to be built on the southern portion of the property. We've gone through historic preservation, planning commission. We asked for a deferral on this case while the design CA was submitted and reviewed. Unfortunately, the last historic preservation commission meeting was canceled due to a lack of quorum. So but the staff report was published and recommended approval. So we're here before you today asking for your approval on the spud.
Thank you for that context. Thank you for your email I think I received this morning as well. So with that, I would move for approval.
I've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, 11D, 1 and 2, these items are related. We've got item D1 is amendment to the master design statement limiting use units. And then D2 is the actual ordinance on final hearing that's recommended for approval at 2222 Southwest 104th Street, going from R1 to SPUD 1325. Councilman Greenwell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Johnson, would you like to begin the presentation, and then we'll see if there's anyone signed up to speak?
There is not, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Good morning. Tim Johnson with Johnson Associates here on behalf of the applicant. The case before you, after it was approved by Planning Commission, a couple of the neighbors had asked for some additional use units to be removed, and that's in D1. And then the application itself is for a learning center, a daycare. As you can see, it'll sit back from 104th Street. We're providing detention in the south portion of the property, which is also a buffer. There were some additional changes asked by the resident with regard to the drainage. Sorry. I think I have it right now. And so we modified this plan and submitted an easement to the property owners that own the balance of the property, just showing that we are putting an easement to show that our outflow will, in fact, remain in the low that's there today. That was the concern of the property owner immediately to our south, and that we're not discharging into this street, which is what this pond does over here, and it's causing a nuisance. So our outfall goes east, and we're going to remain it to go east, and I've provided this to the property owners. The use itself, Planning Commission believed that it was the right use unit for the property. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Tim, thank you. I thought the meeting that you held last week was very helpful, and I'm looking forward to this development. I think it'll really be a nice addition to this area. So with that, I move for approval.
Okay, so let's take that as a motion for item 11D1, the
Yes.
amendment to the master design statement.
Yes, thank you. Whoops.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, and then I presume you'd like to make a motion for 11D2.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Move for approval on 11D2, please.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, 11E, ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval at 1010 Southwest 104th, going from PUD 251A to SPUD 1328. This was deferred from August 31st. I see if we didn't have deferrals, we wouldn't have had a planning docket today. Councilman Greenwell.
Yes, this is becoming a Ward 5 highlight meeting, and I appreciate that. Do we have anybody signed up?
We do not.
Okay. This is a development along Southwest 104th Street. It's already pretty well developed, and this is going to add to it. I will say the property owner has done some very outstanding developments out in Ward 5, and I'm looking forward to this one as well. And with that, I would move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Coming up. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item 11F. This is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval. It's closing an unimproved portion of Southwest 164th Street near South Penn. Councilman Greenwell.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The Southwest, Amy, is anyone here to, okay,
No.
yeah, all right. Well, Southwest 164th Street is a an east-west street, but it terminates not too far west of Pennsylvania as the river winds itself up a little bit further north about that area. So the developer is asking to close this street approximately 2,600 feet west of South Pennsylvania. It was approved unanimously by the Planning Commission, and I would recommend that we approve this item this morning.
All right. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 11G, this is an ordinance on final hearing, so this is the third of 3 meetings where this item is to be considered. You may recall this previously being presented. This relates to solid waste, amending Chapter 49, specifically relates to keeping waste materials in the containers. We don't have a presentation today, but we do have a citizen who has signed up to speak, Randall Ward. Mr. Ward, if you wouldn't mind saying your name and address and keeping your remarks to 3 minutes or less.
Okay, thank you. Randall Ward, 12624 Steve Drive. And I signed up to speak last time. I feel like I was kind of committed, but that would have been like at 4 o'clock. So, yeah, I just wanted to, I do approve of this, of course, because we've been using this system at my house for over 30 years. And I saw the presentation on YouTube and was watching it at home, and I thought, why are we still doing this in the city when I don't even know if there is a driver at my house that picks up the garbage? I see the truck. They never get out. There's no need for them to ever do anything. One broke down in front of my house one time, and they just showed up with another truck and went on. So anyway, it seems like this is something that's just hung around for many years where people were getting out of trucks, hurting themselves, picking up garbage. So anyway, I would just urge you, like I say, of course I approve of it. You know, we actually, I do have notes. Actually, the first time I saw this was in Del City in 1984. We started this program. So it's just one of those things. I just can't imagine why we're still doing it now. So yes, very much urge this to go on. And if there's any other like legacy programs, maybe like this, we could look at them and try to hold my costs down, because the only time I've thought about garbage in the last 30 years was I did call a couple of years ago and complain about the annual increases in the prices, just because I felt like those actually weren't being looked at. I know there's inflation. It's like 20 cents a year, 20 cents a month or something. But anyway, so yes, that's just want to get my 2 cents in. Thank you.
Thank you. Refreshing, Mr. Ward. Thank you. You can see Chris Browning was all ready for this to be an onslaught. That was great. Okay, if there's no other comments, then we could take a motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item 11H, ordinance on final hearing, amending ordinance number 26485 and other previous related ordinances, amending section 10 of the Downtown Maps Economic Development Project Plan. We had a presentation on this previously, nothing today. Unless there are any comments, we could move forward. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, 11I, this is an ordinance on final hearing. This is actually basically a de-annexation proposal, diminishing the corporate limits of the city of Oklahoma City and designating an area north of Southeast 44th Street, east of the Kickapoo Turnpike, and west of Luther Road, being a part of the southeast quarter of Section 16, Township 11 North, Range 1 east of the Indian Meridian in Oklahoma County, etc. As is our longtime practice, I appointed a committee of the council to consider this de-annexation proposal. It is in Ward 4. I know we have a presentation, and I assume Councilman Stone will have some words as well. Okay, take your time. Do what you got to do.
So as they're working through that, Kim Cooper Hart with the Planning Department will just give us a quick presentation on this one. As the mayor said, there was a committee that reviewed this. This was actually introduced through the consent docket last week on for the final hearing this morning.
We're having some technical difficulties, but while we're waiting for that to come up, I wanted to say that we thank you, Mayor, for convening the ad hoc committee. The annexation passed unanimously, and then we took it to the Planning Commission in August, and they recommended it on to City Council. And it's a really good candidate for annexation, and here's why. There's very limited fire service. There are no improvements planned out there by any of our utilities departments. We have no existing improvements that would be a liability to the petitioner. So what's happened is we have a developer who's petitioned for about 42 acres, and it's right between Kickapoo Turnpike, Luther Road, just north of Southeast 44th Street. And it's in your packet, you may see there's a little funny line. That's an old railway right-of-way that our city limit follows, and they have the tract of land they own north of it, and they're developing this to be annexed by the city of Hara, and this is part of their development. So it falls into the Plan OKC recommendations for detachments, and we thank you very much, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Councilman Stone, anything you want to say? You're giving up some territory.
Yeah, that's true. I don't mind it if it's good for a good reason, which this one is. As previously stated, staff recommends it. The de-annexation committee recommended it. Planning Commission recommended it. So with that, unless anyone has any questions of me, I would like to move for approval.
Okay. Got a motion and a second? Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, thank you, Kim. 11J this is a public hearing regarding ordinance related to the municipal courts. This was presented at our last meeting. It has to do with the timing of notices on stolen property. This is the second of 3 meetings for this. Today is merely the public hearing. Has anyone signed up to speak, Amy?
No, they haven't.
They have not. So we will move on to the public hearing found at 11K. This is a public hearing regarding an ordinance entitled the Amended Cox Cable Television Franchise Agreement. This was also presented at a previous meeting. Today is merely a public hearing with consideration coming up at a future meeting. Has anyone signed up to speak on this public hearing, Amy?
No, they have not.
All right, we'll close that then and move on to 11L. This is an ordinance to be introduced today, set for public hearing on September 28th and final hearing on October 12th. This relates to the fire department and general schedule of fees, and I expect we have a presentation.
Yes, our fire chief, Richard Kelly, is here to give us a presentation on the proposed changes on the fire code.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Richard Kelly, Fire Chief. Thank you for allowing me to come in today. Today we have an ordinance to be introduced. It's relating to fire department and general schedule fees, amending Article 2, Title 20, Chapter 60 of the Oklahoma City Municipal Code, the 2020, establishing and amending certain fees required in the Fire Prevention Code of General Service Fees, Schedule of Fees. And October 2019, we actually updated the International Fire Code. At that time, we did not add these fees, and we're coming back to ask to add these fees. And that includes carbon dioxide systems used in beverage dispensing, emergency responder radio coverage, motor fuel dispensing facilities, private fire hydrants, and open flames. And then with that, I'll entertain any questions if there are any.
Any questions for the chief?
Okay, so I just want to make clear, so when we updated the code in 2019, there were just new items that we hadn't assigned a fee to, is essentially what you're saying? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I just wanted to clear that up in my head.
Yes, ma'am.
Appreciate it.
All right, any other questions?
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Okay, so today is just introduction, but we do need a motion for that. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously, and this will be set for public hearing September 28th, final hearing potentially on October 12th. All right. 11M, public hearing regarding dilapidated structures here listed, except for the one struck at the beginning of the meeting. Has anyone signed up to speak? Amy, I believe that's on in, so no.
No.
Okay, so we'll move to the resolution found at 11M2, declaring that the structures are dilapidated. Is there a motion on that? Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, 11N1 is the public hearing regarding the unsecured structures here listed, except for those that were struck at the beginning of the meeting. We do have somebody who has signed up to speak. Nicholas Reynolds Tran of Easy Rentals wants to speak about item, well, I'm not sure which item, but one of the items.
I believe it's E.
E? Oh, okay.
Yeah, E.
So 4208 Northwest 15th?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so it's for the property located at 4208 Northwest 15. I'm representing the owner. The property is occupied by a tenant, and the outbuilding is secured. So it is not a abandoned property. Does the council have any questions for the inspector?
Code enforcement superintendent. So you've secured the rear building?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
It had a lock on the door already.
Okay. You have some photos of it there, Elaine? Item E, 4208 Northwest 15th.
Yes, so that building, sir, is occupied by a tenant. The shed in the back that you showed right here, that's just a 4 by 5 foot shed. It's going to be torn down, but
Okay.
yeah.
Well,
But the property is currently occupied. Yeah.
okay, well, we can definitely go out and check it
So,
today.
so this item is just on the outbuilding, on the shed, right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
We can definitely go out and check it.
Okay, perfect.
Have a look at it.
I would recommend we leave it on. I mean, it's your call, but we can leave it on, and we'll work with the property owner and make sure it's addressed.
Maybe quickly explain like what leaving it on means, because sometimes people
Well,
feel like they don't even want to be on this
yeah,
list.
Give you an opportunity to work with us in code enforcement. If it's occupied, or if it's secured when we get out there, then that will basically clear the case.
Yeah. Well, we tried contacting you guys several times.
Okay.
We couldn't get through email and through 4 separate
With the
calls.
inspector?
With the
Okay.
inspectors, yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll give you my information.
Okay, perfect.
Before you leave.
Okay.
And then you can contact me directly. So
Thank
I've hooked up with a cell phone, and I'm always available.
Nice. Thank you.
But basically, bottom line, being on this list, not being on this list, I mean, it's not like
Right.
being
so
on this list means a bulldozer is coming over there this afternoon.
Never means that. Never means that. We're always going to be willing to work with any resident of our city for any complaint they may have on their property, whether it's a dilapidated or unsecured building. Just contact our department and
we tried to
set a plan of
before.
action. But I'll give you my contact information. Like I said, I'm always available, and we'll take care of you.
Thank you, sir.
But doesn't mean that we're going to be there tomorrow smashing a house down or anything like that.
Hopefully not.
We want to work with our residents to bring their property into compliance.
Thank you.
Okay, so Councilwoman Young, are you comfortable moving forward? Okay. Okay, has anyone else signed up to speak on this item, Amy? No. Okay, well, we'll close the public hearing then, and we've got the resolution for consideration at 11N2, declaring that the structures are unsecured except for those struck at the beginning of the meeting. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 1101 is the public hearing regarding the abandoned buildings here listed, except for those struck at the beginning of the meeting. Has anyone signed up to speak, Amy?
No, they haven't.
All right, so that brings it. Okay, what item are you wishing to comment on, sir?
1012 Southeast 26.
We actually struck that already, so I'm sorry. You've been here since the very beginning. I'm sorry you didn't hear that, but that means, can you explain what that means, Chad?
Yes, 1012 Southeast 20, was it 26? We believe you've complied So we've stricken that. We believe that the property is in compliance at this time. So we've asked the city manager to strike that.
Yeah.
So you're all good.
You're good. I hope you enjoyed your civic 2 hours here. All right. Thank you. Okay, well, no one else having signed up to speak, we can move on to the resolution found at 1102, declaring that the buildings are abandoned. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, 11P, 1 and 2, these are related. P1 is a public hearing regarding an amendment to the fiscal year 2022 budget. We did have a presentation on this at the last meeting. Has anyone signed up to speak on this public hearing?
No, they haven't.
They have not. So 11P2 is the resolution adopting said amendment to the fiscal year 2022 budget. Again, already had a presentation. I don't think there's anything else you wish to say, Mr. City Manager, so we can move forward if that is the council's desire. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, 11Q. This is a resolution approving the Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds Plan and the allocations contained therein. I do believe we have a presentation.
Yes, Kenny Soodle, Assistant City Manager, is going to be here to give a presentation on this. This is what we've been talking about with the American Rescue Plan funds that the city has received. We received half of it so far. Kenny will go through this. It's just going to give us an idea on the plan that we're going to propose. This is similar to what we did with the CARES Act, where there's a plan that breaks it into several categories, and we'll come back to the council later on with contracts as we start to actually allocate and spend these funds. But this will set the plan forward and basically make a commitment to areas that we'll fund.
Yeah, good morning, and thank you for that introduction. Kenny Soodle, Assistant City Manager. The resolution, as Craig said, is approving our American Rescue Plan Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds Plan. So I know there's a lot of words in that piece of legislation. So just to recap, Oklahoma City, as part of this program, received an allocation of $122.5 million. We've received half of those funds last May. We'll receive the other half in May of '22. So as Craig mentioned, there's some similar themes to CARES and the CARES Act and that funding, but there are some important distinctions here, and one of those that I'm going to talk about in a little bit is that the ARPA plan really has a lot of provisions for to help local governments, and it's a concept called revenue replacement, and I want to talk about that in a moment. So very quickly, I want to talk about how the funds are allocated. There was $45.5 billion that were allocated to metropolitan cities, which was that was defined, the way that was defined, there were about 1,100 cities that got money directly. They used similar allocation to the CDBG process and looked at some things like poverty, population, housing overcrowding, age of housing. And the reason I wanted to bring this up is while this is a large dollar amount that we're receiving, it's not as large as many other cities. 57 other cities received larger allocations than Oklahoma City. So while we're the 22nd largest city in the country, we got the 58th largest allocation. And I just wanted to point that out because, some of us may hear things in the media about some of the large transformative programs or other things that may go on in other cities. And that's a challenge here, I think, because while it's a large amount, I don't think it was proportional to what, the size of our city. So there were also separate allocation process to all other smaller cities, to counties and also school districts from separate pots of money within that legislation. So today's item, again, is just the plan for the funds. And similar to our CARES plan, this sets out a broad set of categories that articulates our intent, of how the funds will be spent. And as Craig mentioned, really just like in CARES, even though we set the plan, we'll be coming back to you with contracts with the various service providers or partners that we end up helping us implement this plan. I also want a couple other things, just mention that technically, the rules for this are not yet finalized, even here 5 months later after we received the funds. The U.S. Department of Treasury issued interim guidelines, and we're to rely upon those, but I did just want to make that distinction that even as we're working through this, they are finalizing those rules and regulations right now, and they've indicated they'll be finalizing those into the fall is what they've said, although I think we're getting pretty close to that time period. So I'm not going to go through all the rules and regulations. However, I did want to point out one of the major things is the timing on this. And generally, the funds must be obligated by December 31st, 2024, and expended by December 31st, 2026. And so what that means, the way they've defined obligated, generally speaking, that means that your orders for goods and services are placed by the 2024 date, or if it's in the event it's a infrastructure project or something like that, that means the contract is in place by 2024, but then you still have those couple of additional years to build, to spend, to receive the goods or services. So there's a couple things in the plan that I want to point out. One of those is the guiding principles. So we wanted to put some guiding principles to help guide, how we spend the funds. And they're really just some common sense things, but we wanted to memorialize those. And so there's 4 guiding principles in there. One of those is the temporary nature of funds, and we did something similar on the CARES plan that we brought to you as well. But just, again, recognizing that these funds are one-time funds, they're temporary, and we should be careful to not create programs that have large operating costs or things going forward after these funds are expended. Infrastructure needs, realizing that infrastructure is a great idea for ways to spend these funds because it's generally one-time in nature and can provide benefit over many years when you upgrade or build things. Coordination of efforts. So this is just speaking to, we're trying to have meetings with staff from the state, from some of our surrounding cities, from some of the counties, and just trying to make sure we talk, coordinate efforts, make sure we're not duplicating efforts and things like that. There were a lot of programs in the rescue plan that even outside of this, and just making sure we try not as much as possible to overlap or duplicate. And then timing of expenditures, again, just as I mentioned those deadlines earlier, just being thoughtful about, what things might fit in there. And we also have to keep in mind that we only have half the funds now, and we won't have the other half until next year. So, and then of course, we also have that we're going to follow all the requirements of the legislation and the rules issued by the Department of Treasury. So finally, let's talk about the use categories. So what's proposed today is that we divide this into 3 general use categories. So the first one is revenue replacement, which is also, it's revenue replacement, restoring government projects, infrastructure, and services. So I want to make a point, an important clarification here that while it's called in ARPA revenue replacement, we are not allowed to just take the funds and put them, into the balances of like the general fund or some other fund. We actually are required to spend those on services, as I mentioned, and government services is all those things you probably think of that we provide every day, but it also is defined in the Act as infrastructure, IT upgrades, buildings, things like that. So it's more than just providing services. It gives us pretty broad leeway to be able to spend this on infrastructure and things like that. The second category, and let me back up. One thing I did want to mention, so on the revenue replacement, there is a calculation that we're required to do that gets an estimate of kind of our pre-COVID budgets and what it would have looked like if COVID had never happened. And it's very well defined by the Treasury Department how this calculation goes. And once you determine that number, that basically is the limit of how much of these funds we can spend under that category. And I did want to mention that and just say our number exceeds our total allocation. So we could, if we wanted to, spend all of our funds on ourselves, essentially, on our own needs. We're proposing not to do that, but I did want to make sure that that's clear because other cities may not have that situation. They may be limited in how much they can spend for their own purposes.
I want to say something real quick that is not widely understood. These funds were not allocated by population. Kind of they were, but that was only part of the formula.
Yep.
So we're the 22nd largest city in the United States. I just counted literally 57 cities got more money than we did. Syracuse has 142,000 people and got more money than we did. So you're going to hear, if you move around the country or you read articles or you get emails from National League of Cities, you're going to see other cities doing really transformational things. So Syracuse has a budget, obviously, that is a fraction of ours, got more money. They're going to have this sort of like capacity to do things that go far beyond revenue replacement. We did not get that kind of money. So it is what it is. I hate to make $120 million sound like it's nothing, but relative to what other cities got, it is much, much smaller, and that's why a lot of it is ultimately probably going to go to revenue recovery, which was the first purpose. But you're going to hear this big talk in municipal circles about transformational projects. We didn't get that kind of money, and other cities did, and that's just unfortunate, but it is worth noting. Sorry. Thank you, Ken.
No, that's absolutely correct. Our second category that we are proposing is response to negative economic impacts. And this is an area under the regulations has pretty broad leeway to do a lot of different things. So this is really where, if we think about what we did with the CARES Act, we had assistance for businesses and individuals. This is really what this category is, with a few other things. There's some estimated categories there, so I just want to kind of run through those and talk about what we're thinking about, with the caveat, as I mentioned earlier, the rules are still being finalized. We're still working through some of these programs, trying to work on the details, and these are things we're having discussions with our partners at the Alliance, the Chamber. We're talking with other stakeholders and just trying to figure out how best to respond to some of the needs in the community. And probably the other thing I want to say before I jump in is I really do think we pivoted a little bit more, that CARES was more about helping people in the immediate moment, and ARPA is more about trying to help folks position to be sustainable and to grow on out of this pandemic. And that's really, Assistant City Manager McDermott mentioned it several times, saying, CARES was handing out apples and ARPA is about trying to build some orchards. So I want to give her credit for that anecdote that we've kind of used. So that being said, some of the subcategories within the 37 million, we wanted to do an allocation to housing. What we're looking at there is potentially, there's different sites throughout the cities that we'd like to look at to potentially do some infrastructure, things like that, to help make some of affordable housing sites that may be out there be more viable. It's something we're working with our own staff with, but also with Kathy and others, trying to identify some of those sites and look at some of those things. It could potentially also be used for, single-family affordable housing and, revitalizing some neighborhoods. But these are things we're working through. And again, you would see something like that come back when we bring the program and the contract for that back to you. Small business and nonprofit assistance is the largest kind of subcategory in that major category, and this is where the bulk of those funds will get spent. This is, again, helping small businesses with things like technical assistance, business retrofits, different, legal services, looking at just different training and assistance, also working with some of our business districts and things like that to help them, help other businesses. This would be a place we're going to be coming back to you with a proposal on a program to help small businesses, small contractor businesses, to help get them trained, help them get their license requirements identified, try to get through some of those barriers that might help them be ready to bid on city contracts, as we go into the MAPS program and other things like that. Also within that subcategory, we also want to have some funding for our nonprofit partners, and that's really, we're looking to kind of target that towards some of our umbrella organizations, folks like Allied Arts, United Way, because it's really a more effective way to help push those dollars out to more of the nonprofits that are our partners here in Oklahoma City. So those are some of the things that will be coming under that subcategory. The next one is minority and disadvantaged business technical assistance. Really, it's very similar to what I just talked about, but we wanted to be intentional about making an allocation here that is reserved only for minority and disadvantaged businesses. So while any minority business can access, those programs that I just mentioned in the other categories. We want to just make sure that we're reserving some of that. And on top of that, maybe looking at some other things like business incubator, business accelerator type programs as well in the minority business community. And then job training for $4 million, this is really the bulk of our individual assistance. And one of the reasons we want to head this way is we still have dollars in a whole separate program for our rental assistance program that can assist folks with rental assistance and utilities and things like this. We really wanted to do some targeted job training for some certain areas to look at helping people get their training and the tools so that going forward they can, try to get back into the job market. This is also, with such low unemployment right now, it may seem that, this may be something that is not needed, but we think it's needed because, there's a lot of folks we know that are getting aid and other things that maybe are keeping them out of the job market, and once they're ready to go back into the job market, would like to help, position and be ready for that. And then finally, tourism recovery is another subcategory in there. That's, as you know, we fund our Convention and Visitors Bureau with our hotel tax, which has just been decimated during this, and this is trying to help get the CVB ramped back up. Tourism was an area that was specifically mentioned in the ARPA Act as an area that we could focus on. So most of that would go towards helping kind of ramp back up CVB, but also be available for promotion of events and things, as that's also something that's normally funded out of our hotel tax. And then finally, the last major category for $7 million, category number 3, is response to the public health emergency. So these are those direct, COVID-19 responses. The kind of things we're thinking about funding out of this are things like continuing our sewer monitoring program, and then also working with City County Health. And we haven't committed to anything with them yet, but we're just having discussions and kind of monitoring the pandemic and where it's at. But some of the ideas that we're talking with them are things like potentially doing more mobile vaccination equipment and vehicles, or potentially looking at building, one of the ideas we're kind of kicking around is building like a drive-through vaccination and testing center down at Southern Oaks, that's similar to something they're already building at their other site. So these are the things we're kind of looking at with them, and we'll bring back, obviously on that a contract with them if that's something that we move forward with, but trying again to be responsive in responding to the pandemic. So that's really the summary today. I know it's been a long road of putting this together and trying to analyze all the rules and regulations and things that are coming out. And just as a reminder, this won't be the last time you see it. We'll be bringing back contracts as we negotiate these with providers. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Yeah, I have a few questions. I think something that my understanding of what is supposed to be happening with these funds that I'm not seeing is a community engagement piece. And I'm curious whether that's been a discussion, if that's planned to happen with where, I guess, if we approve this, where funding would go in those different categories. Because I guess my understanding and expectation was that piece was supposed to happen before kind of this step.
Yeah, I think there's no requirement for that. There's some, I think I know what you're referring to, and there's some discussion in sort of the guidelines that are encouragements towards that. I think that part of what we would do is, I know when we spoke to some of you all, there was a desire to make sure we engage, some of our business districts and things like that. I think all of us are thinking that during the process of putting some of these, small business and technical assistance programs out, that part of that will be reserved, some of the funds will be reserved to do the engagement with the community, the advertising, the communication, the putting the information out there. I do think, we're also considering, are there any further things that we need to do with some of the studies and things that we've done, for example, like the Ernst & Young report and things like that. But that's really where I think we would probably focus that. I would also say that it's still a work in progress. So if you have ideas or things that you would like for us to look at, just please share those with Craig and I, and we'll make sure we get that with our team and look at that as we go forward with implementation.
Okay, because the two of the items that I know I've brought up that I'm curious how they might fit within this, and this has specifically come from resident and advocates reaching out, is a hazard pay for essential workers who have been working throughout the pandemic. Where do you all perceive that falling under something like this if we were to pursue that?
Yeah, on the hazard pay, it is not included, and that's, that is a policy decision that you all can make. I will say, I think the reason that was a very tough one. Under the Act, one of the allowable uses is you can do additional pay for certain types of workers, and the list, it's a pretty long list. It's like, and this would be for private or city workers, but it's nursing homes, hospitals, home care, food, grocery, restaurants, farms, janitors, sanitation workers, truck drivers, transit, warehouse, public health, public safety, childcare, educators, school staff, social and human services. So there's a pretty broad category of folks that would potentially be open to. Then there's some other difficulties. You have to determine they were doing essential work, and then you have to determine that they weren't doing that via telework, and then you have to determine that you're prioritizing that you're not pushing their pay above a certain percentage of the state average annual wage. So I think one of our concerns was, we got some interest on that, but felt like the business programs and the training programs would be a better way to spend those dollars. But we're certainly open if that's something, that the council would like to look at further. It's just not in the plan currently. And I will say, the CARES plan was amended 5 or 6 times. This plan can be amended as well as we go through implementation on this.
Okay, thank you. And then the other piece that I know I've heard from folks about is the internet infrastructure discussion, because I know that was a big piece of sort of the promotion of the act, was the water and internet sewer infrastructure. Is that something that could be in that revenue replacement category as part of city?
That's a really good point. I probably should have made this earlier. There is a lot of media around. There's a category that was called water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. Really, the way that was set up was, as I mentioned, that formula earlier that you have to go through to see how much you can spend on your revenue replacement. There was no limit on what you could spend on water, sewer, broadband. However, those same exact types of projects under that category we can do under revenue replacement. So we just felt like we could have called out a different category, but just to make sure we maintain flexibility, we thought it'd be better just have that all under revenue replacement.
And then my last question, for now at least, maybe later might have some come up, but I appreciate the idea with like the nonprofit assistance to try to funnel that through some existing organizations. My one concern is, I think my understanding for both United Way and I think Allied Arts is that there are partner or member kind of organizations within those that anyone outside of that has to go through a process to then receive that funding to become like a partner to receive ongoing funding. If we ended up doing or pursuing some kind of programming like that, would that funding be available to non-partner nonprofit/agencies as part of that aren't in their umbrella or partner currently?
So we haven't worked out those agreements yet with those partners, so that's something we'll take into consideration. I also failed to mention just the larger programs, the technical assistance and all that. It's our intent that those will also be open to nonprofits, for-profits or nonprofits. It's just some of the funding that we're looking at potentially maybe using a couple million, somewhere in that range for those umbrella organizations. That would just be targeted there, but nonprofits would be able to apply for those other programs as well. But we'll bring more information on that because we've had some discussions, but until this plan's adopted, we haven't fully worked out all those agreements yet.
And I think to the point of everything she just asked is why we have to have that community engagement piece. So I would really like for us to define what that's going to look like. Because of the last process that we went through with CARES, we did have a lot of difficulties with a lot of our community not understanding or realizing that they could or could not, or what the recommendations or just our process of those funds.
No, I appreciate that. I think we have those issues fresh in mind, trying to make sure we don't repeat those.
Thanks for the presentation and clarifications. I'm still a bit confused. I don't know if you or the mayor can help me better understand what formula started happening at the Treasury level. I just don't understand what this is based on in terms of some of the allocations.
Are you talking about in the revenue recovery?
At the actual, at
Or
that level?
You're talking about are you talking about the formula, how they determine how much money we
Which
get?
cities are receiving what? I just need some better understanding.
I am not an expert on this, but
Good luck.
they use the same exact formula. They started with the same exact formula they used to do their normal CDBG allocations, which my understanding, and I'm sure someone in the planning department is going to cringe when I try to explain this, it's like a 6-part formula that involves different metrics about population, housing. Let me find this here. Housing overcrowding, age of housing, poverty, population lag, but the difficulty is the CDBG normally is based on your MSA, and in this, they had to come in and kind of modify those formulas to make them specific to just your city limits proper. So it was a convoluted formula that they used, but it took into account a lot of poverty and housing statistics. And so it's very interesting. You know, for example, if you go look at like Ohio has quite a few cities that got tons more money than we did, you know, and I don't fully understand that. The allocation methodology is listed on the Treasury's website for this, and, you know, you can go pull and look at it and look at what each city got. But I do not have the exact calculations. That's something we'd have to go dig up with the Treasury Department.
Couple others. One is, so when I look at the first category, and it talks about this category is intended to restore city projects, infrastructure, and services. And I think you already said this, but I just wanted some clarification. So street enhancement projects that are underway currently in some phase, but have found themselves at the mercy of this increase because of the supply chain, supply demand, what's going on with inflation.
Yep.
Would those projects be eligible to receive funding in this sort of instance?
Absolutely, that could be a possibility. So the only thing we're restricted from is putting money in fund balances and paying debt. We can take these and actually supplement projects. If there are projects that have shortfalls because of price increases or things like that, we could use that to fill in the gap. We could use it to enhance. We have a lot of leeway there, so absolutely it could be used for something like that. And that's really going to be our challenge. I'll just say that looks like a lot of money, but you all know how expensive infrastructure projects are, and you all know that we have a lot of needs. So that will be an interesting process, figuring that out.
Okay. And then finally, I just want to thank even though I'm a little disappointed with the convoluted nature of, at the federal level with the Treasury stuff in terms of allocating these funds, I'd like to thank my 3 other counselors last year and Mayor Holt for his advocacy on this particular issue at the national level as a mayor, and Councilor Stone and Nice and Hammond, because we championed precisely the need for this revenue a year ago in a resolution that passed 4-3. And this was an opportunity I saw where local government could partner with federal government, and by God, here we are looking at revenue where we can actually do right by our people through such a partnership. And so it's actually one of the most exciting votes I ever cast, was that, with this hope that we would be looking at this moment. So just want to thank those counselors for that moment. And I want to thank city staff and the mayor for working through this as well.
Any other questions for Kenny? David?
Yeah, thank you. So either Kenny or Craig, we got some information yesterday in terms of the city's revenue compared to the budgeted amount. And can you, I hate to venture a number, but can you remind me as to how much we're ahead of our budget at this point?
I believe our number was about $7 million above budget on sales tax. It's five to seven in there.
Yeah. And so budgets are fluid, especially in today's world. You know, we don't know where this virus is heading and what can happen going forward. So what I'm about to say may change. You know, we may find ourselves in another recession, who knows? But technically, the recession that took place in 2020 as a result of COVID-19 was the shortest in our country's history. It lasted basically 2 months. We rebounded fairly nicely as a city. So I don't want to allow the general public who may not understand all the details have a misconception because we're using terms like revenue replacement, that we need this money to continue on. Currently, we're doing well financially.
Yes.
You know, we don't have a budget shortfall like some cities did and continue to do. My other comment comes from my accounting background. There's a fundamental accounting theory that you only use long-term debt proceeds on long-term assets. You don't look upon long-term debt as a source of revenue or use it for current assets. It's long-term in nature. So my preference, personal preference in my role on the city council is that the funds available should be used for infrastructure needs or long-term uses. Now, that opens up a wide variety of expenditures, and there's a lot of flexibility in terms of infrastructure and long-term uses of funds. Excuse me. I'm just saying, at this point, that's where my preference lies, is since this is long-term debt proceeds, we use it for long-term assets. Thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions?
Thanks, Kenny.
Thanks, Kenny, great work. All right, well, then we have the resolutions. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, we have someone who signed up to speak, Michael Washington.
Yes. My goodness, I almost went to sleep on y'all over here. I thought I was just being deliberately excluded here. Michael Washington, 29 with a 00, Northeast 18th Street. Now then. Let's see, I took a few notes here, sir. You know, I got 3 minutes. Really don't have time to do what I need to do, but let me say it like this here. You are asking for financial fundings primarily for well-known organizations and programs that this city has in and of itself recognized over the years. United Way, Arts, what is that? Allied Arts. Come on now. We know that's all city connected in some way or another, don't we? Now then, I run a nonprofit called Oklahoma Coalition Against People Abuse. Our motto is change your world, and your world will change around you. Great question there, Miss Hammond, because I didn't hear anything mentioning about those who are not going to be allied with it. Oh, wait, maybe something we can look at. Really? So it seems like me, you already had it planned, because if myself, I would have said, hey, ladies and gentlemen of this horseshoe, we got something for nonprofits where everybody is going to be created into our infrastructure of the monies that hopefully will be allocated and approved for usage here. Come on, man, really? Now then, no disrespect to you, sir. However, I think before this, any kind of passage of money is approved here, that we need an independent agency outside of this government to oversee these funds, because I guarantee you that at some point in time, those funds are going to be diverted from what their actual usage was intended for. There's no question in my mind. And because you're going to have some kind of influence therein, you're going to have some people going to say, well, hey, let me use my influence and let you get a little bit. You said 13 million here, why don't you give me 7, 8 more million more? Now what that's going to do is divert funds and make the shortfalls more so inadequate for those that money is actually so-called approved for. Now, how do we approve the funds each time? We didn't say how that works. Is there a committee that does that? Do I do it alone? Does Craig Freeman change that? How does it work? See, I listen well. Vaccines, come on now. This fake, no, I didn't say fake in the sense that it's not real because I'm wearing my mask, by the way. But I tell you, we need somebody like ourselves to sit down and carefully construct, manage, and distribute the monies that's going to be allocated for this great cause. Well, let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, in closing.
30 seconds.
30 seconds, thank you. In closing, revenue spendings, shortfalls. This money should even be used for anything unless that person or group, company or agency can prove that it needs immediate financing in those areas. Who determines that? Y'all need to put me on this committee. Sir, I don't want to approve if you put me on the committee. I'll make sure it's done right. Hasta la vista, baby. Boo! Be back.
All right, no one else has signed up to speak. If there's no other questions or comment, we could consider the resolution. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Councilman Stonecipher, have you voted?
Sorry. Thank you.
Sure. Passes 8-1. All right. Well, again, thanks for all your hard work. We'll look forward to seeing the next chapter of that story. All right. 11R. This is a resolution approving the MAPS 4 implementation plan. And I know we have a robust presentation here. I just want to say up front, irrespective of the content, you know, the pace at which this has been accomplished is amazing. Congratulations to Teresa Rose, Chair of the Trust, and all the members, David, Todd, and your team, and all the consultants. I remember looking to see when the MAPS 3 implementation plan was adopted, and it was about 18 months after the election. This one's going to end up taking, I guess, 19 or 20 months, but we had a global pandemic in the middle of all that, and I think you certainly have done a great job, and also with a more complicated initiative, really. So thank you so much for the pace at which you have been able to bring this forward to the council, and we look forward to learning more. Mr. City Manager.
So David Todd, our MAPS program manager, will present this. I do appreciate Jason and Jason Cotton and ADG and their work and their partnership with this continued partnership, and then appreciate the mayor's recognition of Teresa as our chairman and all the advisory board members and their work on this. So I'm going to let David introduce this and talk about the process, and then they'll lead us through the implementation plan.
Thank you, Dave. David Todd, MAPS Program Manager. I'm really happy to be here today to bring this plan to you. It represents a lot of work through a lot of people, a lot of effort to bring this forward. As the mayor said, Teresa Rose is here, our chair of the board. But this also included a lot of work with potential operators and stakeholders, and the advisory board has certainly put in a lot of effort on this. And as I said, I'm really happy to be bringing this to you. We're very proud of what we have right now. Jason Cotton with ADG is here. He'll be the one to kind of take you through this, and so everybody can understand it further. So I'd like to just turn it over to Jason if I could.
Thank you, David. I'm happy to get to take my glasses off my forehead. I think I'm going to have a permanent indentation in my forehead when the pandemic's over. But thank you guys for having me this afternoon. So I, in an effort to be as respectful as possible with the council's time, I'm going to go through this information as quickly as I can. It is a lot of information. I'm going to apologize in advance. But before I really get into it, I do want to take just a minute and thank my team. You know, we have given a lot of presentations related to MAPS 4 over the past 2 or 3 months, I guess it's been, but I'm just the lucky one that gets to get up and lead the group through this conversation. I have an entire team of folks behind me that do great work every day. They're working hard. Several of them are here with me today. Melanie Draper and Sandy Hanold and AJ Kirkpatrick from our office have been a huge help. They've been rock stars. We also have a lot of consultants that we've worked with on the MAPS4 program, and they've been a huge help. And so I just want to give a special shout out to Katie Gustafson and Gooden Group and several of the other consultants that are on the team with us. So it's been a really a team effort. It has not, I think when we started this process was sometime in July, and doing it through the middle of a pandemic has been interesting. It's not what I expected, but it's been an interesting process. It's been a productive process, and we're really happy where we are today. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get right into it. We do have a lot of information. So we thought the best place to really start the conversation was with just going back to really what the plan development process has looked like. And so ADG has been working formally on the MAPS4 implementation plan since November of 20. And so I'll tell you, as a team, we've really been looking at MAPS4 for almost 3 years now. So even in advance of the vote, thinking about what MAPS4 looked like and about how we might approach it. And so since that time, we've been going through this process. It's really been a little bit like putting a puzzle together. And so really what it's looked like is we, as you know, we have this great resolution to guide us. 16 projects, $1 billion roughly. Each one of those projects has projects within it. And so really the process to this point has been taking all that information, building what we consider to be a framework for the program. We then take that framework, all of the little pieces, we identify budgets for each one of the pieces in the program, and then we put a schedule together, and we basically prepare a financial model. And so that's really what we've been doing. We run through that process, prepare the financial model, see what it looks like, and then usually we get input from one or more people on what the results are, and we basically just iterate through that. So, and that's really what we've been doing since sometime in November. So one thing that I do want to make sure that the council's aware of, so that's really what the process looked like up until August. We obviously spent, the better part of May, June, and July putting the actual document together, the implementation plan document. We brought the plan forward to the board in August, gave a relatively extensive presentation about what was included in the plan. There was some conversation at the August board meeting about some things that the board wanted us to go back and look at some more. And so the item was deferred in August. We spent the month of August in a series of workshops or briefings with the board. It was a really good opportunity. It's $1 billion at 16 projects. We spent probably 5 or 6 months just really inundating the board with information. And so I think as we brought it forward for adoption, it quickly turned from being ADG's plan to being our collective plan. I think as a board, as you sit down and you vote to recommend or approve something, you obviously take ownership of it to some degree at that point. So the briefings we had in August, we had 5, 6, 7 of them, I think, and it was a really good opportunity for us to just sit down and have a conversation with the board, let them ask questions that they had. We also took them through one of the things that got discussed at the August board meeting was potential adjustment to the youth center schedule. And so we'll talk about that a little bit later this morning. But the briefings that took place in August were great and allowed us some time to sit down and talk. So the planning process, though, there were a lot of inputs above and beyond these briefings that I mentioned. Obviously the MAPS4 resolution has been a great guiding document for us, has guided a lot of the decisions that we've made. We always turn back to that resolution and make sure that we're aligned with what's identified there. Some of the other things that we look at, obviously the Oklahoma City finance, the sales tax projections that were provided from the finance office are really important. It's pay as you go, and so we have to constantly think about the schedules and how they dovetail with Oklahoma City the sales tax projections. And then obviously we spend a lot of time visiting with city staff that are surrounding these projects. I would say from November until probably January or February of this year, we spent a lot of time with project advocates. We had several meetings with people that are surrounding each one of these projects, gathering as much information as we could to inform the plan. So on top of that, we also spent some time looking at a lot of publicly available plans and documents. So there are several plans that actually dovetail with the MAPS4 program. And so probably one of the best examples of this would be Bike Walk OKC. There's obviously sidewalk and trail improvements in the MAPS4 program. And so it was important for us to go back and look at those documents and try to figure out how those go together. So on top of that, we also, obviously, ADG has been involved in the MAPS program for several years now. And so we have a lot of experience, and so we leaned on that a lot. I would say even more so, we leaned on David Todd, and the MAPS office and all the staff there. They have several years of experience in implementing this program, and so obviously bringing all of that experience to bear on the planning process was great for us, and so that was obviously another input. So we've spent a lot of time, I think, in discussing the plan with the board about what we call guiding principles. And so these are what I consider to be things, or what we consider to be things that guided or inform plan development. And so one of the first things that we, I think, as a group sat down and talked about as it relates to the MAPS 4 plan is just how important it was to be aggressive with the schedule. And so we've got a little bit of information that we'll present this afternoon. You know, I would say where we started in terms of our first kind of trial run of this program to where we are today, there's a pretty significant difference, and really a lot of that is related to us trying to be aggressive with the programs and the projects and move them forward just as quickly as we can. It was also important to us to think about the MAPS 4 investment funds, the operating and maintenance dollars, the capital improvement dollars. You know, that it's no small part of this $1 billion program. It's roughly about 10% of the overall program budget. Obviously, the sooner that we get those dollars into the hands of the trust, the sooner those dollars can be invested, the greater the financial return from those dollars, and the better the city's able to support the operators of the facilities that we're going to be building with these dollars. And so that was really important to us. We also, I would say, we wanted to be really thoughtful about project scope development, and so it was important to us to stay really true to the resolution. It is a great document. We look to it, you know, we looked to it constantly throughout the planning process. It was important to us, though, as it related to scope development, to be really thoughtful about how we either subdivided larger projects or didn't subdivide them. So the best examples I can give you probably from the MAPS 3 program. So on the MAPS 3 program, we obviously constructed an upper park. For various reasons, we subdivided that scope of that project. So like we might hire a contractor to go and install trees in the upper park, and then engage with another contractor to build the park around those trees. And so it's not that we can't do that if we need to, but we wanted to try to avoid that to the degree possible with the MAPS 4 program, and so that's how we've put it together. The other side of that, though, is also that we wanted to encourage participation. And so what that meant in some cases is that where it made sense, projects like $55 million in sidewalk improvements, rather than going out and designing and bidding and building that as one $55 million contract, we went back and looked to see if there was a way to subdivide that. That gives multiple design firms an opportunity to participate in the program. And it also allows the bid market, construction companies, to potentially be involved in that. It lowers bonding requirements and things like that, and so it's a really good thing to provide an opportunity for participation. The other great thing about subdividing projects is it lets us make progress really quickly. We can obviously get sidewalk improvements out onto the street faster. And as I said, larger projects that we divide, it helps us to avoid potential gaps in scope, and so that's great. So the pay-as-you-go approach, I don't know that I need to really spend a ton of time on this. You know, obviously we have projections from the Oklahoma City Finance Department. We keep tabs on that. We have some type of a cumulative number that we keep track of. Obviously, if we have a schedule, we understand what the budget of each one of the projects is. We can forecast basically when we will incur obligations. And so we can basically generate this line. It's identified on this slide as a funds available for obligation curve. And so the idea is with pay-as-you-go is that line never drops below zero. Really, to get to the real heart of the matter, the city cannot take on debt from future MAPS 4 sales tax collections. And so that's obviously been an important thing that's guided and informed the program schedule. So other considerations, you know, we've tried to make allowances in the schedule for this really deliberate public process. As many of you are already aware, you know, there is a lot of steps in the MAPS program. There's subcommittees, there's the board, there's city council, and so we've tried to, I think, incorporate what our experience has been as a part of that process. We also, I think, as you'll see, there are a couple of projects where we have provided time for the operators to build organizational capacity. So you know, all of our projects we turn over to an operator when we're done. And so some of these facilities, the operators are very familiar with operating facilities that we're going to be constructing. So the best example I can give you of this might be the Oklahoma State Fairgrounds, the new Coliseum that we'll be building. The Oklahoma State Fairgrounds has a lot of experience operating a venue like that, and so the day that we open the doors on that facility, there's not much of a learning curve. Other projects like the Civil Rights Center, the organization that's going to be operating that facility, this will be the first time that they've gone through that, and so it's important that we think about giving...
Mr. Washington, you can sign up to speak.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, just so we can give them time to get ready to open the doors, and so we thought a lot about that as we were developing the schedule. It was also important to us to support Oklahoma City economic activity. There are several of the projects that do support the Oklahoma City economy. So most notably among these, probably the Fairgrounds Coliseum. Obviously, that's a huge economic engine for the city, and so it was important for us to think about that as we were positioning that project in the program schedule. We also, I think if you go through the plan, you'll notice that there are some projects where we made inflationary adjustments. And so the best example of this I can give you is $70 million for youth centers. And so if you think about the idea that we've organized it into 4 phases of work, the phases, the way they're organized, there'll be a phase 1 that happens very early in the program. There'll be a phase 4 that happens very late in the program. Obviously, in order to keep them equitable with one another, it'd be important that we adjust each one of the budgets for inflation. And so we've done that in the program where it makes sense. We also spent some time with David and his staff looking at their organizational capacity. So in addition to having these requirements as it relates to the financial model, there's only so much work that we can kick through the MAPS office at a time. And so we generated graphs like you see on this schedule here, where we looked at how projects would be executed, which staff, how those would be loaded across David's staff, and what the capacity of that staff might be. We also looked at the bid market, and so one of the stories that we've shared with a few folks is that Maps for Kids, as that project was being executed, there was a lot of work going on at once, and it really created an issue in the bid market because there was a lot of projects of similar size, similar in scope, and so a lot of the contractors that were doing that type of work were really inundated and weren't able to bid all of the work. And so it was really important to us to understand how this $1 billion of the city's investment would look as it enters into the bid market and into the construction market. So the rest of the time that we have here, I just want to go back. We live and eat and breathe MAPS 4 every day, but for those of you that don't, it's always, I think, helpful to go back and look at how these projects are organized. So 16 projects. They are organized into 6 subcommittees. There are 2 subcommittees, the Civil Rights Center subcommittee and the Innovation District subcommittee, who basically have one of the 16 projects each. The other 14 are organized across the other 4 subcommittees, and so you can see there how they're organized. So with the time we have left here, I'm just going to step you through the schedule real quick. Obviously, this is in your plan, and when we get to the end, if you guys have any questions, we'll certainly answer them. So we're going to start off with the Civil Rights Center Subcommittee, and so there's several of these slides. Just to orient you a little bit, the black bar that you see across the top is one of the 6 subcommittees. In general, the darker gray boxes that you see down the right side of the slide is one of the 16 projects identified in the resolution. And then the lighter gray boxes that you see are groupings or allocations within that larger budget. And so you can see here $25 million for the Freedom and Civil Rights Center. Obviously, as the schedule indicates, you'll see this on several slides. The blue bars that you see in the schedule is basically the process by which we would be transferring funds from the city to the MAPS 4 Trust. And so you can see we have that identified in the second half of 21. We have time set aside for operating agreement. You'll see several of these gray bars as we go through the schedule. Operating agreement, establishing an operating agreement with the operator will obviously be one of the first things that we need to tackle on this project, and so that will start right after plan adoption. The site acquisition piece, Oklahoma City Urban Renewal Authority owns a lot of the property around the Civil Rights Center, and so there's a site acquisition process that the city will need to go through, and so you can see we have that happening in the second half of 22. And then the rest of the work, obviously the bricks and mortar part of it, the Freedom Center renovations, the Civil Rights Center that you see there. Really, we have design starting in early 23 and late 23. Construction is the blue bars that you see there, and so that work would be starting sometime in 24. And you can see where we anticipate that those would terminate. So one thing I want to point out on the schedule, so there's obviously been a lot of conversation about the Freedom Center renovations, the Northeast Oklahoma City's community desire to keep that facility, keep ownership of that facility. So we have done our best to follow the letter of the resolution. So if in fact that is something that we want to proceed with, we think that would obviously take the involvement of the board as well as city council. And so we've done our best to line these two projects up so that if that does in fact occur, that it won't affect the financial models for the project or for the program.
And you would anticipate that then if, for example, money was privately raised for the Freedom Center part of this, which is $2 million on here, that $2 million would just slide over and you'd have more resources for the Civil Rights Center.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing I would add before I move on to the next subcommittee, so the timing of this, we've been working really closely with Mr. Benton and Christina Beatty, the Freedom Center's project director. So they have a lot of work to do before they're ready to open those doors. And so we've tried to line this up in the program schedule to a spot where they felt like it made sense for all of the work that they've got to get accomplished too. And so that's largely what informed where this is appearing on the schedule. So onto the community subcommittee. Obviously, a lot of projects contained in this subcommittee in particular. We spent a lot of time talking, I think, about human needs as we were going through program development. And there are a lot of projects in the community subcommittee, I think, that speak to human needs. There's the diversion hub, obviously keeping people out of incarceration, family justice center, domestic violence, the restoration center, people who need assistance with mental health issues. And so I think there was, from early on in the development of the program, really a desire to move these projects forward just as quickly as we can. And so I think as you look down the left side of the schedule, you'll notice that almost all of these projects are starting right out of the gate with operating agreements. And so we're moving these forward just as quickly as we can. The Diversion Hub, Family Justice Center, the Restoration Center, the First Mental Health Crisis Center are all starting in the second half of this year. The only projects really that have been shifted back, the transitional housing piece, we've had a lot of conversations about that particular component possibly being co-located with the Restoration Center, and so we felt like shifting that back a bit would give us an opportunity to have that conversation and figure out what is the right place and location for that project. So the homelessness section, I guess what I would describe here, there's two projects in particular in the program where for various reasons there are other entities that are going to be going forward and executing these projects. And so the two are the homelessness project, the $50 million allocation project, and the Innovation Hall, which is contained in the Innovation District. So the light gray bars that you see here, basically we envision a process by which we would enter into an operating agreement. That person or that entity would go forward and execute those projects. The light gray bars that you see on the schedule are basically that entity going out and executing those projects. So what we envision that this looks like is as that entity is going out and executing that work, there'd be a process by which they would come back to the subcommittee, they would come back to the board, they would come back to city council and update everyone on the status of the project and the work that they're doing with the dollars that have been allocated. And so that's what that looks like as of today. Moving on to connectivity, so $204 million total in this subcommittee. I'm starting right here with beautification is obviously the one at the top of the list, and so $5 million allocation for an operating and maintenance fund, and so that goes to the trust in the second half of 2021. We have the other $25 million organized essentially into 5 phases of work, and so for various reasons, it's largely because it's just simply more efficient for the city to execute the work this way. If you were to go back and look at the resolution, there's a long list of projects in the beautification project, and so our idea was to basically group these into reasonable chunks of work and then execute them in phases. And so you can see how we've organized those. The first one would be starting in the second half of 21, and then really starting about every year thereafter, finishing sometime in 29. So moving on to sidewalks, bike lanes, trails, and streetlights. I always say it gets the award for the longest project name, $87 million total. So we've already mentioned this morning, I've already mentioned the $55 million in sidewalk and related amenities. You can see here that we basically have this organized across 10 phases of work. And so the way to look at this The green boxes that you see in the schedule are basically when the city would be going out and securing design services from a design firm. And so the way that we have it organized is basically 5 design packages and then 10 construction packages. So think of them as 10 $5.5 million construction packages. And so we have them organized in series. They're starting in about the middle of 22, really about every 6 to 12 months thereafter, with the last one finishing up in 2030. And so we'll be building sidewalks really throughout the middle of the program, the majority of the program, which I think is a great thing. Bike lanes, we've taken a similar approach, $20 million allocation here. We've organized that into 4 construction phases, 4 $5 million packages, 2 design contracts. You can see that those are starting in about 2023. The one thing I would note about this, as well as the trail improvements you can see down there below, obviously, Oklahoma City Planning Department is in the process of updating Bike Walk OKC, and so you'll notice that these projects in particular are shifted back a little bit from the start of the program, and so we felt like that gave us an opportunity maybe to let the dust settle from that effort, just to make sure that what we're doing is best aligned with what's going to be in the new Bike Walk OKC. You can see at the bottom, just to make sure it doesn't get missed, $4 million for streetlights. So you'll notice that we've identified this as dollars that would be transferred to the trust. And so as the project was brought forward to council, I'm going way back to Eric Winger's presentation to council in the summer of 19. There was an idea of taking this $4 million, streetlights cost X dollars, and basically dividing and figuring out how many streetlights we can construct. So I think what's happened since then is there's been a lot of conversation about the fact that we might be able to get those dollars to actually stretch further than what was implied. And so the idea is basically to take those dollars, send them to the trust, and let the trust manage those dollars to see how far we can stretch the investment. We fully anticipate that even though those dollars would be going to the trust, the subcommittee would be reviewing where those dollars were spent and what way they were being spent, where new streetlights were going to be going in, and those sorts of things. And so we anticipate that that would be a part of the process too, going through subcommittee, going through the board, and going through council. On to the next part of the connectivity subcommittee. So $87 million in transit. We worked really closely with Jason Fairbrush and his staff on developing the transit program schedule. So, you know, the thing that I tell people as we go through the schedule is when you think about the transit program, each one of these little projects represents operational dollars to a large degree for Embark. And so it's really important that we time them according to when they think they're going to be ready to absorb those operational dollars. And so Jason and his staff identified a couple of projects, the land acquisition south of the South May admin building that needed to happen relatively quickly, as well as some planning updates that they're needing to inform the rest of their improvements to the public transit system. Bus stop improvements would be basically $10 million for bus stop improvements divided into 2 phases. We would start the first one of those phases in the second half of 21. You can see moving down, enhanced bus service, $12 million, starting with traffic signal priority in 23. The additional buses probably looks a little bit odd, and so what we learned from meeting with Embark is that the allocation for additional buses, really they don't need to go buy all those at once. Every time they purchase a bus, they have to find an operator to operate that bus. And so because of that, it really makes more sense from Embark's perspective, from an operational perspective, to make it almost like an annual procurement. And so we've, as you can see, we've basically taken that total allocation and divided it over several years. So think of it as Embark's buying a bus or 2 every year for the middle of the program there. And then the last piece, advanced transit, you can see we've got the first phase of park and ride starting very early in the program. Those improvements, we believe, would support the Northwest BRT. That's something that's needed for Northwest BRT, and so we have those positioned in the program schedule so that they coincide with the Northwest BRT schedule that has been discussed. And then you can see the rest of the improvements there, the second phase of park and ride, the microtransit, and obviously the 2 bus rapid transit lines. It's been great, really. I think, you know, the Northwest BRT has been a great case study for us and has really informed how we've developed the schedule for the other 2 BRT lines. And so I think it's been a really opportune time to put together a schedule like this because we do have all of that experience to leverage. So on to the Innovation District, $71 million total allocation. You can see we have the Operating and Maintenance Fund, the $21 million Operating and Maintenance Fund going to the trust very early in the second half of 21. There's $25 million identified in the resolution for creating better connectivity, and so that's divided between neighborhood connectivity and connectivity over Broadway Extension. And so we've started with the neighborhood connectivity piece, and so you'll see that that's very early in the program. I think as you look down to the, we reference them here as I-235 bridge improvements, and so you'll notice that that design schedule is very long, the construction schedule is very long. As you might imagine, doing that work over ODOT right-of-way, it takes a lot of coordination and a lot of time to go through that process, and so that's why we have it presented on the schedule as we do. We have the H.B. Foster Center occurring very early in the program, starting right after plan adoption with an operator selection and agreement, so $15 million there. Design occurring in 22 and 23, and construction finishing early in 25. And then at the bottom, we have the Innovation Hall, and so this was the additional project that I mentioned earlier, and so this will be a project that, because of the configuration of the financing mechanism, it'll be important that we allow the ability for that development team to move that project forward just as quickly as possible, and so you can see that we have those dollars becoming available late in 21. And then really the team executing that project throughout 22, 23, 24. And so that's how we have it on the schedule. Moving on to neighborhoods, $318 million. So the animal shelter, the $38 million allocation is there at the top, starting in 23, finishing up in mid-26. And then you can see we have the operating and maintenance fund for the park, the $16.5 million being transferred to the trust very early in 23. The next chunk of work, the $63 million, neighborhood and community park enhancements. So if you go back to the resolution, there's language in the resolution that basically identifies the $63 million to be spent in every neighborhood and community park outside of the central business district. And so we need to go through a process of allocating that $63 million. We don't anticipate that it's going to be as easy as, $63 million divided by 107 parks. There are some of those 107 parks that have been invested in relatively recently. There's some of them that have not been touched in quite some time. And so we need to go through a process of trying to decide how to allocate those dollars and where those improvements belong. And so you can see we have that occurring early in the program. The $63 million is really organized across about 10 different construction packages, 5 different design packages. So those will start in 23 and finish sometime in 2031. Moving on to what we are calling public space transformation parks. So just a little point of clarification. If you were to go back and read the resolution, there is within the $140 million that have been identified for parks, there are several specific park projects listed. So there are things like pickleball courts, community gardens. I think there's some improvements at Booker T. Washington Park. And so what we've done is we've taken those projects, similar to how we've approached some of the other projects, and we've basically grouped them into phases of work. And so if you were to total all those up, they total about $20 million. And so you can see how we have it organized here into 4, essentially $5 million packages of work with the first starting sometime in mid-22. The soccer improvements that would be constructed as a part of the Parks program, $29 million at Cameron and South Lakes. Those are going to be starting very early, second half of this year. And so you can see where we have those positioned on the schedule. There's obviously been a bit of work already done on Cameron. And so it's important, we think, to keep the momentum and keep that project moving forward. And so that's why it's on the schedule where it is. The river, $11.5 million. We have those organized into 4 phases of improvements. There's, I think, 4 or 5 specific projects listed in the resolution. Obviously, First Americans Museum is grand opening this weekend. There is a long-term plan, I think, for development around that museum. And so we felt like it made sense to maybe give let the dust settle from the museum opening, give us time to coordinate properly with the property owner that owns the property surrounding that museum, so those improvements can be properly coordinated. And so that's why those appear in the schedule where you see them. Onto the senior wellness centers, we have the $15 million operating and maintenance fund going to the trust very early. The Senior Wellness Center, so we are building Senior Wellness Center 3 and Senior Wellness Center 4 now, and so we've done a lot of those over the past several years, and so As you can see, we have shifted, I think the Senior Wellness 4 will open sometime in '22, and so we have shifted Senior Wellness Center that's included in the MAPS 4 program back, starting late in '23 and finishing in '27. The youth center's $110 million. We have the $30 million operating and maintenance fund going to the trust very early in the second half of '21. You'll notice the capital improvement fund has shifted back a bit, and so it's going to go to the trust sometime early in the first half of '23. Obviously, there's a benefit, the financial return aspect that I mentioned earlier. The thought with the capital improvement fund being shifted a little bit further back, these are going to be new facilities largely, and so it'll probably be some time before we need to leverage those dollars for the use of making capital improvements, and so that's why it occurs a little bit later in the schedule. So the youth center schedule that you see here today and the one that's included in the plan, as I mentioned, at the August board meeting, there was a lot of conversation about the youth center schedule, and if there was some way to, I think the phrase that was used was sharpen our pencil. And so in the month of August, as we went back with the board, had those briefings and spent some time talking with them about what our options may be, we devised a way to accelerate the youth center schedule. And so I think the previous schedule that we brought to the board in August, I think the last phase was finishing up sometime in 2031. And so as you can see with this accelerated schedule that you see here before you today, we actually would be finishing up the last phase of work almost 2 years earlier, so sometime in the second half of '29. And so this was, I think, very well received from the board. We walked them through this at the September meeting, and they were real supportive of it, and it ended up being an amendment that they made a motion on and adopted at the end of that meeting. And so the program schedule that you see here reflects the amendment that has been made. So our last subcommittee, the venues, so $215 million total, 3 projects. The downtown arena, obviously $115 million. We had a slight reconfiguration during the planning process. There are a couple of early phases of work occurring at the arena, as well as a master plan that will guide all of the improvements. But in discussing the project with the tenant, they have several things that they need to get accomplished early on that are relatively straightforward. I think of them as relatively straightforward improvements like things like new seats and elevators and maintenance issues. And so those are things that we think that we can get forward moving on relatively quickly. It's really important, I think, to the tenant that we try to time the completion of each one of these phases with basically the fall of the year. And so if you look at the schedule, the blue bars, remember, are the construction activities. If you look at the 4 phases of work that we're doing at the arena, you'll notice that they all end on the fall of the year. And so that's largely what's informed the schedule. There'll be a couple of quick phases, a little bit of a downtime at the arena, and then the 2 larger phases, phase 3 and 4, will occur later in the program. So that's how we have it organized. Obviously, the practice facility improvements, the resolution identifies that no more than 9% of the $115 million budget can be spent at the practice facility. And so we really feel like that will probably move forward of its own accord, but you can see where we have it on the schedule there starting in '25. So the Fairgrounds Coliseum, as you can see, sitting here today, we're in mid-21, or I guess we're in the third quarter of '21. Work on the Coliseum has been moving forward, design work. I've identified this for several people, but there was excess collections under MAPS 3 that were identified for supporting the completion of the design for the Coliseum, and so that has been progressing. We're hoping that they will be done with that work sometime in the first half of '22. One of the things that was discussed as a part of the planning process, so the Coliseum was ultimately supposed to be supported from $63 million from MAPS 4. There was the $9 million allocation from MAPS 3. There was, I think, $25 million identified in the resolution from hotel and motel tax, and I think naming rights was the other one. So the challenge that we have is that 2020 was a terrible year for hotel and motel tax. And, the fact that we're already in design, I think the condition of the Newark Arena has been noted by several publicly. It's important. The city is an economic engine. The facility is an economic engine for the city, and so it's really important, we believe, to get that project moving forward just as quickly as we can. And so for all those reasons, we have devised a way in the financial model to basically advance the Coliseum project $25 million from existing collections. And so this is, again, this doesn't conflict with the pay-as-you-go model. This is not debt that the city's taking on. These are collections that we have on hand that we can provide to the Coliseum early. The idea would be that in 3 years, Oklahoma State Fair would be in a position to return that $25 million to the MAPS 4 program, and so that's how we've put the model together. And so you can see there where it's on the schedule. We have it starting construction in the first half of 22, finishing in 24. And then the last project, $37 million multipurpose stadium. We have it also starting right after plan adoption. Obviously, the operating agreement will be one of the first orders of business. We do think that it will be a relatively extensive site selection process. There's been a lot of conversation to date about the $37 million is really just for construction of the stadium itself. And so there's a lot of things that also need to be financed, including site acquisition costs, parking infrastructure, all the surrounding ancillary things that need to happen above and beyond just the stadium itself. And so we've allowed our time in the schedule, site selection, design, time to have those conversations and get all those things figured out. And so that's what's largely informed the schedule that you see here this morning. So with that, just a few comments. So obviously we have assumed a schedule adoption in August. It is now September, so obviously we have missed that, but we have spent some time reviewing it. We felt like August was a really well-spent time investment in this program, and we're not too late that we can't course correct. And so we feel confident that the plan that you see today, even though it identifies an August start date, we can quickly get back on track, assuming adoption soon. So I will tell you, as we go back, the plan, one of the things that we continue to return to is this plan is very aggressive. We feel like it's balanced. There's, of the 16 projects, there will be 14 of them that start prior to the end of 2022. And so that's something that we're really proud about in terms of putting this plan together. Just to give you a little bit of an understanding of how aggressive this program is. So this is the what we call a funds available for obligation curve. And so if you think back to that slide that we looked at earlier this morning, this is that blue line. And so the idea with the pay-as-you-go model is that we keep this line above zero at all times. And so this was our first run, November of 2020, when we put our first program structure together, budget, schedule, all those things. So since that time, from November of 20 to August of 21, the plan that we brought forward to the board, you can see how much that we've driven this curve towards zero. And so really what you're seeing is us, rather than setting on sales tax collections, we're getting projects out the door and moving them. And so as we do that, that curve gets closer and closer and closer to zero. And so you can see we've obviously moved a lot of things up in the program schedule. So as I said, we did have an amendment. We had an adjustment to the youth center schedule that happened, that was approved by the board last month. And so it has made some slight adjustments in our funds available for obligation curve, or cash flow curve as we refer to it. You can see it's slight. There are a couple of spots where we're getting close to what I would consider our absolute minimum. I think this probably causes some concern when you see how close to zero we are. I guess what I would offer up is that Oklahoma City Finance Departments, their sales tax collections are historically very conservative. And so my guess is that we will be above and beyond what we're implying here once collections do come in. And I think you guys have already spoken about that a little bit this morning. So anyways, so we're excited. I always return to those fundamentals that we talked about, trying to be aggressive with the schedule, trying to give people, operators time to get ready to open the doors on the facility, trying to encourage participation. All of those things are things which have really guided and informed the plan, and I think we've really come away with what I think is a really thoughtful plan, and we're obviously excited to take it to the next step. So with that, I appreciate everybody's time and patience in letting me get through that. I'd be pleased to answer any questions if I can.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a few that I'm curious, can we go back to the slide that shows the homelessness grants?
Sure.
Because I think I'm curious, I know that there's supposed to be a distinction between the rehabilitation of public housing that already is in existence, and then, whatever I think it was what, 30, I think, if I'm remembering, 30 million was sort of envisioned for that, and then the remaining would go towards a new or rehabilitated affordable housing. So I'm just curious if there's like a distinction between those two things here.
No, so what we did, I mean, I think the way that we envision that this will happen is operator will come forward with a plan. I mean, we've taken the $50 million and we divided it equally into 5 allocations, so $10 million each. So obviously
Mr. Washington.
Obviously, the organizations that will come forward, they'll have a plan in terms of how they want to execute those. So the public housing preservation that you mentioned, it could be that they need to do a lot of that up front. So it could be that the first allocation, $10 million, that 100% of that $10 million goes to public housing preservation, and that the next allocation is one of the other housing products that was discussed in the presentation. So there's flexibility, I think, in the program that we developed that they can put those together however they want to mix and match them depending on the projects that they have in their lap at the time.
And how will we be sort of, I guess, advertising this opportunity to potential grantees?
So I may defer to David here a little bit if he wants to chime in here. Do you want to try to answer that?
Sure. It would go out as our standard advertisements that we do, just like a notice for an operator. We would say that there's a potentially $10 million available and look for the responses to show how that they would leverage that money and how it would be used, and let the subcommittee look at it.
Okay. And so, and I guess this is maybe getting a little bit in the weeds, but so if they say they didn't need the full 10 million because other sources were filling in, would that just then get allocated to like the next project? Or
yes.
How? Okay. So it just sort of whatever their request was.
Yeah, and I would just say, I mean, to go back to what I mentioned, my guess is as they come forward with a plan for that $10 million, I mean, that would obviously be a critical component of what they would present to the selection committee in terms of how they're going to use those dollars, and that would be what they'd be measured against as they're going out and executing that work.
Okay. Gotcha. And then I think my only other question, and this might be more for the mayor than you all, but my understanding was with the subcommittee appointments, we were kind of waiting for this to be adopted. So kind of what is or do we have a proposal for how that subcommittee appointment process is going to be happening, or a timeline?
Yeah, so I think as soon as this is adopted, whether it be today or whenever, my sense is then I get to work, and I haven't really taken much of a hard look at the spreadsheet we have that I'm told has hundreds of names on it that people have shown interest over the last 2 years in this. So I guess I would certainly, I was going to say this today anyways, but since you've opened the topic, I certainly invite the council to weigh in the next few weeks is the time if you have somebody you're really passionate about. I suspect I think as we adopted it with 7 to 9 people on each subcommittee, there's going to be a lot of disappointed people, but we'll always move forward and explain that the meetings are public and they can always still have a voice even if they don't get selected for the subcommittee. But for those that you really would like to see considered, the door is open as soon as we pass this implementation plan, and I'm thinking a month or 2, probably emphasis on 2, for me to just get it all done and present it to the council for your consideration. But I certainly would love to have any input if you're really passionate about some of the subcommittee members.
I'm curious, for our MAPS 3 subcommittees, I thought we had some of those, and I could be corrected, that had quite more people than 7 to 9.
Well, we adopted a resolution a year or 2 ago, I guess, that specified how many members the MAPS 4 subcommittees would have. And I think it said on each one, I think it says 7 to 9, I think. I'm not looking at it right at the moment.
I think there's a need to revisit that now, especially with the fact of how these have been put together as far as the categories themselves, because that wasn't defined when we made that initial vote.
It was in that resolution, the
Well,
groupings
we
of the
need
project.
to, I think as far as the projects themselves, we need more of an intense look at who and how many of those members of our community should have input. for those particular plans, because even as I look at quite a few different things and all the things that are already happening, there's a grave concern as to who's participating in what. And we haven't even had an implementation process. So those are concerns, again, when we're looking at what we're doing. But I had a couple of also concerns too when we're looking, or questions, should I say. I know one of the things we looked at and talked about and talked through was programming for community and local contracting for bids. So I'm curious where we are pertaining to that and this implementation plan and how that will be executed in this process. So I'll start there.
Jason, if I could. So we are working with Public Works on that, and that's one of the key points of why we broke some of the project into smaller projects. So instead of going out for $20 million worth of sidewalk projects, we can go out in smaller pieces, and that gives the disadvantaged and smaller businesses in Oklahoma City a chance to not only design, but also to construct. And I'll tell you a really good story that we had with MAPS 3 is we had a smaller sidewalk project that came out, and a company that had just started did that project. They did a fantastic job. They have grown to a large company now, and they're doing a lot of Better Streets, Safer City work, and they've done a lot of the MAPS work. So we feel like we're giving opportunities for smaller and disadvantaged businesses by breaking these projects into smaller pieces, because bonding and insurance and those kind of things are an issue with smaller companies. But we will be working with Public Works with their process.
Thank you. And I know even with that process, when the initial maps, there was a program that was implemented in place for minority and more local businesses to be a part. And unfortunately, as we've gone from maps to maps, that participation has declined in a way that it has to be revived and very intentional of that being put back in place for our residents to be a part of this process, because of we continuously have those meetings with the community members who say they cannot get in the bid sync process. They are always excluded from this process. So with these being taxpayer dollars, our folks who reside in these areas who have the capability to do these projects should be at the table. And so I will stress that again for us to make sure that we're working through that effort of this program, and that it is completely defined before we start one project. That it is completely defined before we start one project. As we look at the Innovation District, as far as the implementation of that, I know even when we had our briefings, my concern has been and still remains for the Henrietta B. Foster Center, and I'm quite curious why that has been pushed back in a way that it has been compared to the other pieces of that innovation district for the connectivity piece, when in fact this particular structure is there and continues to dilapidate. And the efforts of that Ernst & Young study, which says that there is a need and an immediate need for minority businesses, incubation, and programming to take place. So, I mean, that's really right now. I understand where we are with the Civil Rights Museum and the conversation there, because of this being a museum of sort or civil rights center of sort that's going to have to build its own capacity to be operated. I get it. So that timeline I'm not as concerned with because of that capacity building piece. But this Henrietta B. Foster Center, because of the immediate need and even just the resolution we talked about with minority businesses, that should not be on the back end of connecting streets.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I guess what I would say about and I do recall your comments the last time that we met about this, and certainly the H.B. Foster Center. When I look at that schedule, I guess first and foremost, what I would say is we have that project starting as soon as the plan's adopted, and so one of the first orders of business will be the operating agreement. We anticipate there'll be a operator selection process. I think that the H.B. Foster Center, how the programming is envisioned for that, it will take some time to get through what the programming of that facility might look like. And so we've tried to be as realistic as possible with how we think the schedule for that project will move forward. Not to say that it's not critical, it is starting right out of the gate, but we just feel like it's going to take some time to get through the operator selection, development of an operating agreement. The city's not entered into an operating agreement for a facility quite like this previously. And so we think that will take some time to develop. The design process, I can tell you, David and I spent some time talking about this last weekend. We have actually gone over and toured the facility, and it is in pretty rough shape, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done to that facility. And so for those reasons, we still feel like the schedule as we've presented it is probably as realistic as we can be. We would all like to see the doors open on that facility sooner rather than later. There's just a lot of complicating, I think, circumstances for this one in particular that are going to take some time to work through and make sure we have a good approach.
And I mean, I'm not going to go back and forth with you to discuss it because I would politely disagree, especially, again, knowing what the outside looks like, knowing what the inside looks like, and knowing that it continues to have less attention than it needs. And day by day, it's getting worse. So those are the concerns, especially, again, when we're looking at a building that is owned by our city in the community. And this is something that we can fix in the process of us looking at who's going to operate that. So I would respectfully disagree that the timeline can actually work together as far as working with the operator to find one and at the same time working to construct what we know this facility could look like in the interim. As we look at the beautification as well, I know there's some different phases to that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of the things that I have asked continuously, and even we've had a discussion with the mayor, with the folks who are represent our MAPS 4 for Ward 7, and the chair, is this area of 23rd and MLK for the acquisition for us to start on that beautification process. And I know when we look at those phases, I'm curious in what phase that is, and also where we were as far as the conversation we had about it within the last couple of years.
I can tell you that appraisals are ongoing for that property right now, and that part of the whole process that you'll see at the initial stages of some of these projects includes us figuring out the budgets and which projects go first, the timing on them. So that's all part of it. We were kind of given a bundle of projects, and we know that they still need to be vetted out and see what projects come to the top, and that'll be part of the subcommittee process, the whole transparent input and all that stuff that we do. So it's not yet determined.
I'm remembering that meeting now, Councilwoman, and yeah, I think it was like, well, this could take years, so let's get started. It may be a Kathy question, really, because I think she was a part of it.
It was a city and alliance question, because this is just as time sensitive as the H.B. Foster Center. So I hope that's all at the forefront of our conversations. Again, when we look at beautification and the potential of what this could do to harm this part of our area.
Yeah, it's definitely something that's on our radar, and Kathy and I have been in discussions about it. She's brought it up to me again that she'd like to get moving on it as quickly as possible, and I think starting with this appraisal process allows us to have better information going into the subcommittees.
And I guess I would add, I mean, maybe this is another way to say what David offered up, but I do feel like we're going to look to the subcommittees in large part to help us prioritize these projects and guide what they think are the most important projects and which should be included in the first phase of work. So I anticipate that'll be a part of the conversation once those are appointed.
And to that point, that brings me back to why we probably should, not probably, but we should, I would like for us to consider revisiting how many of the members that we have on certain committees, because these are very project heavy, as we all have talked about and discussed. Even though they are in specific categories, they are still very project heavy. And it's hard to say one person of different areas, especially depending on where those people are living that are going to represent on these particular committees, can say and speak to pertaining to those areas and those specific projects, excuse me. So.
Yes, ma'am. Any other comments or questions? James? Looks like
Yes.
you're mobilizing.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I took notes, it was ready. Thanks for the presentation. I'll start with trees and streetlights. I have a list. So, and I think this will ultimately just be a conversation with the advisory board and the subcommittees, but I'd like to see us be, and I'm sure I've said this previously, but now feels like a especially appropriate time to say it again, but I'd like to see us, as we implement the tree and streetlight version of MAPS 4, that we are strategic in this way. So for trees, for instance, I believe Parks has already done, or someone has done like a heat map of where we're lacking in trees and shade. I see some head nodding, so I think that's an opportunity for us here. Same with streetlights. Have we already done a study that shows us where we are lacking in light in our neighborhoods or on major arterials? I can't recall.
I don't know that we have a complete map on that or study on that yet.
Okay, I'd like to see that brought to bear here. Is that, okay, thank you. The next one, and this is kind of, it might sound esoteric, but I think it's important. When Councilwoman Hammond and I presented our sidewalk, bike, trail, streetlights project, and Councilwoman Nice came in and made sure we doubled the streetlight budget, which is wonderful. You know, we used a photo that I took in the Paseo of a place where the sidewalk just goes up like a, you know, in this sort of way. I have some artistic neighbors, you might not be surprised, in the Paseo Arts District, and they've painted yellow and black construction on those two things. And so on Sunday, as I was reflective and I was standing over there, I started realizing like how excited I was that MAPS is going to address that sidewalk because it's part of the pedestrian priority area. But then I also got a little sad that this piece of art's gonna go away. Then I got happy again, so I started thinking outside the box. I believe MAPS 3 is the first time sidewalks were a part of the MAPS projects. I'd like to request that in this time with MAPS 4, some sort of branding of these sidewalks as specifically MAPS 4. Maybe, as I was talking the other day with my boyfriend about this, it was like, well, what if you brought in the neighborhood? What if the Paseo neighbors, they have a neighborhood association, I believe this evening is Neighbors Night Out. What if they could come over there and they get to recreate that sort of construction art? And then that got me thinking, goodness, they could do that all throughout these sidewalk projects. But I think the MAPS 4 component is critical, and I'm reminded of this all the more kind of sense of urgency in my mind because my predecessor, Sam Bowman, was the big advocate for walkability. And I want to make sure that we honor the legacy of the people who've come before me who've tried to right nearly 50 years worth of the city not investing in sidewalks until recently. So I'd like to see branding here so people know that walkability, which was a major issue in Ward 2 when I was knocking doors, that we made good on a promise to them.
I like that you mentioned that because we have already discussed that.
Yes.
We had really good response with the for lack of a better word, the placards we put on the trails that said MAPS 3.
Good.
And it specifically identified those, and we've talked about continuing to do that and even taking it to sidewalks and some of the smaller things we do. There's a local company here in town that uses a small brass plaque that they embed in the concrete, so we could look at something like that, or we could stamp it or something like that, but we are looking at that.
I love that, David. I have to tell you that makes me almost giddy. Relatedly then, I think with the BRTs that are coming, I just think that we really need to take advantage of this moment to make sure that people know that when they approved MAPS 4 with this historic vote, that this is their government at work. This is their government dollars at work. So I like that a whole lot. Few more. Those I-235 bridge improvements, I remain deeply worried about. I want to make sure that we are being equitable with 10th Street, 23rd, et cetera. Not just focusing on 10th Street, as I've seen some renderings out there try to suggest that we would do. And then the youth centers, is it my understanding that the reason why that became saw itself revisited, revised, is because the advocates for the youth centers came and advocated to us again about revisiting that?
Well, I'm probably going to do a bad job of telling the entire story. I can tell you the way that it came to me, which was at the August board meeting. Councilman Stonecipher, I think, made a comment about wanting to see if there was a way to speed up the youth centers. There was an advocate that came and spoke a little bit about wanting to see them accelerated. So we did revisit it. I mean, we looked at a couple of different options. One of the options that we looked at actually moved all 4 phases to right behind plan adoption. And I think in the briefings that we had in August, we spent a lot of time, walking the group through why we felt like, moving them all to the very front of the line was maybe not the best idea. There's a lot of reasons for that. This is $70 million worth of youth centers. The thing I always think about is like this program, this is the bricks and mortar part of MAPS 4, but there's a flip side of this, which is the operational side. And so we can speed up the bricks and mortar as fast as we want to, but the operational side has to be ready to do that heavy lift to get those facilities up and running in the right way. So because of that, we landed at the middle ground, which is what we brought forward to the board for consideration in August. And like I said, it's an accelerated schedule. I think the first phase maybe moved up about 9 months, and then progressively each one of the phases behind that moved up a little more and a little more. So the last phase of work, as I said, I think we managed to move up the finish date almost 2 years, and so it was a pretty significant improvement. But
if other advocates had come and advocated, I just want to I'm a huge advocate for the youth centers. I just want to make clear that it wasn't just because one person came and advocated that things got moved around.
No, all I can, I guess, say is as I came and we presented the implementation plan, it was brought up at the board meeting. And we brought it forward as a potential amendment, and there was a motion on the board in September, to make the amendment, so.
And there will be an RFP process, I'm guessing, for both the operator and then the construction of those buildings?
Yeah, so one thing I would clarify, so the youth centers, it's probably going to look a little bit different than what you're used to, like the senior health and wellness centers that we've done as a part of MAPS 3. So the MAPS 3 program, we went out and secured an operator and established an operating agreement with an individual operator at each senior health and wellness center. So the way the program schedule is put together right now is we're going to do that at the very beginning of the program, but the intent is to find an overarching operator to operate all of the youth centers that are going to be constructed as a part of MAPS 4. The only exception to that is that overarching operator, it's a big benefit to us because they will help us not only program the facilities, but prioritize where the youth centers need to be located, help us think about programming. The way that we envision this, and obviously this is still something that has to be worked through, but that overarching operator would also engage with local community partners. So if one of the youth centers is in South Oklahoma City, that overarching partner would partner with other community agencies in South Oklahoma City to provide programs at that youth center. And so it's a little bit of a mixed bag.
So one overarching, there would not be individual within, or there would be individual within, and then the partnerships begin.
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
got a little confused. So we're looking at an overarching manager of these 3 or 4, and then but would there be individuals, agencies operating the 4?
Yeah, they would most likely, I mean, and I'm probably getting out over my skis here a little bit, but most likely they would both be providing programming at those facilities.
Okay.
But those local community agencies, I think in the way that we're considering this is they have their finger on the pulse of their local community, their local youth a little bit better. And so really the best scenario is you have this larger organization that has all this experience and capabilities, not only in terms of programming, but fundraising capabilities. But you have this local community partner that really knows the neighborhood and knows the youth that are there and what they need.
Okay. A suggestion, if I might, for everybody on this one. I was looking up some stuff here. I don't know what the city can do, but I know the Potts Family Foundation had reached out to me 2 years ago, showed me a resilience documentary about ACE scores. I'd love for anyone who's going to end up serving on this subcommittee, maybe it's even for the advisory board, but the Center for Youth Wellness out in San Francisco, it's where Nadine Burke-Harris, who now serves as the first California Surgeon General, she was the very first, one of the first people to link adverse childhood experience scores and toxic stress to the harmful effects later in life. She shows up prominently in that documentary. I learned so much from her research when it comes to the neurological ways in which ACEs are operating. I would love for our people, as we're constructing these sites and as we're talking about programming and operating, I'd love for them to be able to, I don't know, get them there, learn from what happened. Because I think that the Center for Youth Wellness that she's left behind as a legacy, in addition to becoming the first California Surgeon General, I think it could provide a model. You're exactly right. There will be local folk who know even what the exact needs are, but I think being able to give them those best practices of a place like the Center for Youth Wellness that focuses on primary health, mental health, wellness, policy, education, community and family support. I just don't want us to miss this opportunity with what these youth centers could be. So that'd be something I'd want to put there. I also, and maybe I'm getting too into the weeds as well, but as you all know, youth centers are my baby here. I think that a conversation about ACEs is very important surrounding each of those 4 youth centers. I think that should be a prominent thing about those youth centers, because as I've said previously, as we've heard folks say here, we live in a state where we've taken a complete opposite approach to addressing crime, poverty. We've criminalized poverty. We've criminalized mental health. And the ACEs are telling us, no, there's a whole new way of looking at our children. And as Nadine Burke-Harris says, that ACEs and toxic stress lead to harmful effects later in life. I suspect, for instance, why we are #1 in incarcerating our people. So I think it's time to put forth a new narrative, and I think these youth centers give us an opportunity to do that. And I'd like to see that there right alongside this MAPS branding. And other than that, the only other thing I would note is that when I was at OCCC yesterday, those students said transit, parks, housing, homelessness, community gardens, on-ramps, off-ramps, financial literacy, life skills, arts, sidewalks, everything we did in MAPS 4. That's what those students said to me. So I think we should be very proud of what the voters and the residents have set in motion, even if we still have some things to work out.
Well, and James, I'd like to, or Councilperson Cooper, I'd like to sort of piggyback on your comments about the youth centers, because I think one of my concerns, and I know Councilwoman Anais and I have spoken about this, is in the discussion about operators for really any facility, is that conversation about how it gets funded. And so I think I just kind of want to insert, I know this is probably going to change anything today, but just the idea of opportunities for whether it's through the Parks and Rec Department being somehow involved in operation or some kind of city funding support, because even if there is an organization out there that has the capacity to kind of be the overseer operator of those facilities, there's going to continually be that conversation for them about fundraising or implementing some kind of fee structure. And I have great concern that the reliance on that then cuts off access to all of the things you just talked about that are incredible needs that just kind of keep perpetuating the same cycle of, well, if you don't have access or you have to navigate a scholarship, or just the burden that puts on people and the sort of barrier that puts on people's involvement or interaction. So I want to insert the idea that maybe we need to be discussing some kind of support and funding, either whether it's to an operator or through something like the Parks and Rec Department operating them, because I think that provides a nice level of taking that burden off of having to try to finagle that, and maybe it changes one year and then you have fees for certain classes or certain types of things. And so, and again, just that ability to access the support and services has historically been sort of means tested, and or you have to have some kind of scrounge together something. So it just, and I don't want that to continue to be a barrier to kind of try to interrupt this, the ACE cycle. So, yeah.
Agreed. I think that's important with the parks part of this for sure.
Okay.
I just, thank you.
Mark, of course, who serves as the council designee right now
Yes.
on the MAPS 4 committee.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to echo your comments, David Todd and his staff, Teresa Rose, the efforts that she's made, but I really want to emphasize what Jason Cotton and ADG has done. This is a very aggressive schedule. When you think about it, there are 14 of the 16 projects that will start by the end of 2022. They have done a tremendous job. I want to also thank Teresa and Bob Nealon for, we were at a meeting and we were beginning to look at this, and it was emphasized by those two that we need to take a critical look at the implementation plan. And that's what we did. We took a month off, we had tutorials, we had workshops, we sat down and asked questions and had answers given to us. And that was a meaningful process, and that's why I'm going to move for approval of this today.
Okay. We do have a citizen who signed up to speak, so before we quite get there, I'll call him up. Michael Washington.
Thank you, thank you. Nice presentation, sir, but it ain't going nowhere. That's right. Now then, man, who the hell you think you are? You're going to micromanage my Freedom Center, but you're going to micromanage none of these others? Man, yo, you serious? You better go think again. Now then. And you, sir, who in the hell do you think you are thinking that you're going to come here and so-called get these subcommittees together and all this here, and at the same time have it micromanaged by a sub-management company such as ADG for the purpose of taking my Freedom Center, and you're going to tell me you're going to operate it? You're going to micromanage it? Man, you better think twice, because let me tell you something. You, Leonard Benton, look at it. Are you listening to Leonard Benton? None of you sellout Uncle Toms is going to sell my Freedom Center to none of this administrative or city agencies or companies on this end. There will be a federal lawsuit filed, and Michael Washington do not play. I think all of us know y'all not taking nothing from me. I am the reason that we're talking about the Freedom Center in the first place. Let's understand that. No disrespect to you, sir. I'm just a little heated now. I still respect you. If you needed help, I'll be there. Other than that, I don't respect nothing that you talked about up here today. Nothing. Now, what do you mean, $2 million to renovate the Freedom Center? Okay, understand that. Then $14 million to do the add-ons. So that must mean the other $9 million then, sir, is going to be for operational costs once it's built and refurbished and renovated, right? I didn't hear you understand that. Made that clear to me. I listened well. Now then, you will not, City of Oklahoma City, you will not be operating the Freedom Center. You will not be micromanaging the Freedom Center. You would not put dollar bills that's allocated for the Freedom Center in the elsewhere department. Again, it's gallant that you're going to have the program initiated by the 2020, last of 2022. That's great to hear. But you will not, nor will I tolerate anybody coming in here and talking about plotting and planning to take, first of all, let me tell y'all something. You can't own a Freedom Center, number one, because it's a nonprofit. Huh? You cannot own number one. So that means regardless of the fact you can't buy it, And Leonard Bentnam can't sell it to you. As a matter of fact, Leonard Bentnam is almost finished anyway. This is an ongoing litigation. That's right. Look in the books. Michael Washington don't play. They move nothing till I say operate. If I say jump, I say high. If I say crawl, high fast. Yeah, that's right. That's what I mean. Bottom line. Simple as that. ATD, who? ADC. I need, a matter of fact, I'm going to go in and get me a copy of this maps for implementation. Yeah, we're going to argue this too. As a matter of fact, sir, you and your company, I'm going to be at y'all's board meetings now. Michael Washington loves attending board meetings.
30 seconds.
Now then, yeah, we're going to send y'all a board meeting. You pique my interest. You spark my interest, sir. And I intend to do and let everybody know that I mean business. Just like I'm operating now, I mean business. There will be no function, no plots and plans, no illegitimate strategies going on behind my back. I have been giving y'all leeway, but now Michael Washington's going to become more and more prevalent, just like with that county jail. Now I'm going to be more and more present in this here. Subcommittees, look out, Freedom Syndicals. Here I come, baby. Bing! Thank you, sir.
All right, we have a motion on the floor that Councilman Stonecipher wishes to move adoption of the resolution approving the implementation plan. Seeing no other comment, we can go ahead and take it up virtually.
The only other thing I'd say is that, this isn't building a bike, it isn't building a house, it isn't building a building. These are 16 complex projects, and I think ADG has put together a really remarkable schedule. Thank you.
Yeah, very thoughtful. Okay, looks like we have a motion in a second, maybe? Is everyone else able to vote? Yeah, they have. Okay, I'd like to vote aye.
Are you on the computer?
I'm on computer. That's not a bad question. That's happened before. Okay, passes unanimously. Thank you. Great job, everybody. Okay, moving on to 11S1. This is a resolution approving the request for salary continuation for Corporal Nicholas Gilmore while he continues to require rehab. Staff has not requested executive session. We could take a motion. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Mayor, mine's not
Okay.
showing, so I'll just vote
Sure.
aye, please.
Councilman Cooper wishes to vote aye.
Thank you.
Passes unanimously. All right, T1, resolution authorizing the municipal council to conduct judgment without admitting liability in the case of Durham v. City of OKC. Staff has not requested an executive session. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, we've got 3 straight items here that are just executive sessions. We'll handle them at the end of our other business, but we will vote on them now. So 11U is entered in executive session on advice of the municipal councilor to receive confidential communications regarding 2445 West I-44 v. City of OKC. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. As I said, we'll handle that at the conclusion of our other business. 11V is enter into executive session on advice of the municipal councilor to receive confidential communications concerning the pending opioid litigation in the case of City of OKC versus Purdue Pharma. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. As stated, we'll handle that at the conclusion of our other business. And finally, 11W. Finally, as our final executive session, entered into executive session to discuss collective bargaining negotiations for fiscal year 2021-2022 with the FOP, IAF, and AFSCME. This item was previously deferred. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll handle that at the conclusion of our other business. Item X1A, there's one claim recommended for denial. Staff has not requested executive session. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 11Y1, claims recommended for approval, items A through E. Staff has not requested an executive session. We could take items A through E with one motion. Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. I have to step out. I probably won't return, but we're at comments from council, and then we've got citizens to be heard. We have one who's signed up, and then we have executive sessions and then adjournment. I'll start us off with Ward 1, and then I'm turning it over to Vice Mayor Nice.
None today, thank you.
No comments here either, thank you.
Thank you.
Ward 4, Ward 6.
Yeah, I have two things I'd like to mention. In particular, I'd like to thank all of the staff and other city officials and community partners that joined us last Thursday for the A Better Way launch. I believe yesterday was the first official day, and eagerly awaiting response or information, I guess, about how it went. I know it'll take them some time to create that awareness in the community and kind of trust with folks. But I think having that event on Thursday really helped get it out in the community and sort of get the conversation going. And in particular, I really want to thank the Action Center and planning staff who are going to be working really closely with the Better Way staff to identify those hotspots of litter and kind of need, as well as just coordinating all of the potential employment partners and anything like that. So I know I've had a few people actually reach out to me interested in being employment partners for the program. And so if anyone is watching or listening and is interested in learning more about how to maybe be a partner and employ folks that have had barriers to traditional employment, always can reach out to me at ward6@okc.gov. But again, I just really appreciate all the staff coming together and working on that. And I think, as Councilwoman Nice said in her remarks there, that this is an opportunity for us to have something restorative and creative and something that really brings the city together in a way to support folks that have been vulnerable and struggling. And then, also that I know a few people mentioned that the dual purpose of being able to do beautification work in the city. And I think it's very much overdue, and particularly, with the amount of funds that we have now expended both on outside legal counsel and then by judge's order, fighting a ordinance that really had some of its roots in complaints about panhandling. I'm really excited to see us investing some funds at least in sort of a proactive approach and something that can really engage folks and help maybe build some bridges in the community. The other thing I'd like to mention is the Urban Land Institute of Oklahoma received a grant from the Better Block Foundation and a company called Spin. I think they're a scooter company, but they, to celebrate Parking Day. So if anyone's not familiar, Parking Day is a international event where it's kind of a idea is to reclaim and reimagine what public space can look like, particularly space that's usually used to store private vehicles, depreciating assets, and use it for something productive, community focused, activate that space in a way that's imaginative. And so I appreciate some of the leadership with ULI partnering with Councilwoman Nice and myself to sort of reimagine what our parking spots out in front of City Hall will look like. And specifically, Mark Zitzow, Lane Ferguson, and Michelle Macbeth have been really crucial in pulling all that together in a short timeline. And this Friday, we're partnering with Downtown OKC, ULI, a few other groups to serve coffee in the parklet from 7:30 to 9:30, I think. But it will be up and available for folks to enjoy for 30 days. So excited to sort of see that project come to life in a short period of time. I just want to appreciate all the staff as well, city staff, who help Mark and Lane and Michelle navigate all the permitting and construction process that we've gone through. So that's all I have.
Ward 8.
chance to get a fresh start, clear your warrant if you have an outstanding warrant. We just, as of September 13th, 2021, hit 3,990 cases that have been closed, with a total collection of $618,147, and 1,400 failure to appear cases have been dismissed. And this program was started in July 1 of 2019. I think it's been a success. It ends at the end of the year, so I would encourage you to call 405-297-3898. You won't be arrested, you won't go to jail. Just go pay a reduced fine and get the warrant off your record. Secondly, we are making efforts to try to communicate to people about getting a vaccine. And there are 3 different areas through City County Health. There's the Northeast Regional Health and Wellness Campus, there's the Southern Oaks Campus, and there's the West Health Clinic. The phone number for that is 405-419-4119. We're going to be putting that in the water bill so people can have it. If they didn't get that phone number, you'll get it with your water bill coming soon. And I would encourage everyone to take the time to make the call and get yourself vaccinated. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple comments. I know, as we did hear earlier about the First Americans Museum, that has been many, many years in the making. So now we can officially say it is open this weekend. So if you have not, I know some of the council members were able to get a tour, and I myself was just in awe of the beauty of this space, and there's still a lot of work to be done with that. So if you do get a chance to support, please do. I know tonight is our Neighbors Night Out for a lot of our council members, so I know a lot of our residents will be seeing us out in the community, engaging, and I just want to say special thanks to the Garden Oaks community. They had their neighborhood with all of the Garden Oaks Council. They all gathered at Edwards Park on Saturday from 4 to 8, and I served snow cones to the kids, so it was a lot of fun. They had a band. I mean, Edwards Park was packed. But that's what, it was like a community family reunion for the most part, and it was a lot of engagement and a lot of folks just enjoying public space. So that's the best part about what happened on Saturday. So looking forward to meeting with our neighbors tonight and all of that potential to be connected once again, because we weren't able to do that last year in the manner. So I know we'll be doing that more carefully this year, especially with the things that we know are around us. And also special thanks to OCCHD. We were able to partner with a couple of, with a church and a couple of vendors as far as folks that have services that they provided and volunteered their services, whether it be stylists, barbers, different things like that, or experiences for folks to get vaccinated and to be raffled off at Soul Bowl on Saturday. And congratulations to the Falcons. They did beat the Trojans this year. Homeland, if you have not experienced the best part of Northeast Oklahoma City right now, it's still packed every single day, and Leo's Barbecue is waiting for you. And the Community Day was the first Sunday, and they're going to continue to do that from 1 to 5. And we did have the penalty reduction program folks there to give information. We had our animal welfare, animal shelter, they were there. We had other city engaged resources for our residents to understand and learn about as well. So this is our space for our community to come, enjoy, and also take some groceries home with them. My last comment is, I know yesterday a lot of news came down as far as the Pardon and Parole Board for the commutation recommendation for Julius Jones. And I do hope that our governor will highly consider the cases, in this particular case that is in front of him from a body that he helped to create, as far as some of those members who sit there on this board as well. And so we are hoping for justice and continued justice for all of those who are involved in our penal system, especially with those voices who have yet to be heard in a manner that they haven't. So those are my comments, and we'll move on to the next item, which is item 13, citizens to be heard. I only have one that is signed up to speak and one in the room. So, Mr. Washington, you have 3 minutes, and if you look at the top screen, you'll see your countdown clock.
Ladies and gentlemen of this wonderful horseshoe here, how y'all doing today? Well, let me tell y'all a little bit of something here. I'm a little bit calm, more cool, collective now that my nemesis has left the building. Let me say, for the most part, that I'm sure all of you are aware that I have been very operative, very out front regarding this Oklahoma County Jail, Oklahoma County Detention Center. We are making market improvements regarding the county jail. We're getting ready to file a multi-million-dollar class action lawsuit against the jail. We have lawyers that's already on board. You see, Michael's one of them. I'm like a tree shaker. I don't play. When it comes down to business, making it happen and promoting it, Michael Washington does just that. And I'm proud to announce that I do. Now then, we're asking each and every one of you who may have time to remember, even to just drive by, if you just drive by, honk your horn and say, oh, Michael Washington, y'all out there again? Yes, because we will be out there again this coming Saturday, September 25th, from 1 p.m. until 3 p.m. We're going to continue to protest the inadequacies in the county jail, the unconstitutional conditions, the putrid smells, the not allowing inmates out of their cells, and then not getting proper medical treatment, and not having access to education, on and on and on. And also, this is the term that I gave the county jail, we're going to be walking around the walls of Jericho. I'm sure all y'all worried about them Jews when they walk around the walls of Jericho when they first come in and doing the walk from Canaan, Lebanon, and those places like that. Well, we walk around it every Saturday. You know what? What do we want? Justice. When do we want it? Now. What do we demand? Justice. When do we demand it? Now. That's right. Y'all better hear that there, because that's Michael Washington. I'm going to demand that in here as well. So again, I am not hard to get along with, but at the same time, I refuse to be rolled over by a Mack truck when I have the time and opportunity. In other words, a person's preventing me from stepping to the side and giving it out of the way, but going to hold me so the Mack truck can run over me. That ain't going to work, y'all. So again, I thank y'all very much for giving me this opportunity to speak. Again, if y'all can, get some of your buddies and friends, come out and eat hamburgers with us or whatever. This coming Saturday on the 25th. We're going to have a little singing and dancing. And we're going to also have me go, of course, my electrifying speeches that I give. Have y'all heard me speak out there?
30 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. Y'all need to come on out there and hear me, man, because I mean business. You know, we want that county jail motivated and brought up to constitutional standards, and we'll accept nothing less. We mean here's the role. That's why people continue to leave the job, because they feel there's a dehumanized condition. They can't stand to continue to work around such inhumane circumstances. Again, thank you all very much again. September 25th, be there, because I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. We will now recess and enter into our executive session for item 11U, V, and W. All right, we are back, and we do not have any business to vote on, so with that, we are adjourned.